Working? Quiet that down. Testing 1, 2. Okay, my audio is really quiet. Give me a second. Windows loves to, yeah, I know. Windows loves to reduce the volume of my mic. There we go. That should be better. You guys hear me now? Hope everybody's staying warm. Holy crap, it's cold here. I was just outside when I got this this thing on. 16 degrees here. We are in for one hell of a storm. We're supposed to get like 1.5 feet, 2 feet, something like that, along with like 4 inches of ice. Good thing we're doing this today. I don't know if I'll be able to do it tomorrow. I think power might be questionable tomorrow. How's everybody doing? I have been well. Sorry I missed last week. But it was for a good reason. Mining and Nicks with the guys. Nice. How's the stability of 4.5, Iggy? Has it improved? I'm excited. 4.6 seems to be right around the corner. Next week, I'm hearing? Hey, Commander Melander. It's 0 with -10 plus wind chill here in the Midwest. Oof. Are you getting hit yet? You guys are going to get hit before us, right? I'm on the East Coast. It's 16 degrees here at the moment. But it's going down fast. I guess by Tuesday, we're supposed to be -4. Major outage today. Oh, a major outage on Star Citizen today. Yeah, I read something. I was reading something about that, but it's getting better. Damar Rally, probably the cause of it. Yeah. I keep telling you. Server meshing is not going to help the congested stuff like that. That's a totally different optimization path. But they'll get there. The Freed Industry. What's up, man? Salute back at you. Project Gnome. Hey, spend all day working on programming my Wingman AI skills. I hope I'll be done with a couple of hours. Nice. Very nice. I had That was you that left a comment a couple videos ago about what you were doing with AI after that last video, wasn't it? Was that you, or am I misremembering? I have been doing a ton, which we can get into then a little bit later. But yeah, I have been doing a ton with Claude Code. I know last time we talked about it, I was saying it completely changed the way I was doing things, and that has remained true. Even more so. Yeah, the reason I missed last Saturday, was I got a new PC. Which I think I had told you guys. We were talking about maybe doing an unboxing. I did not get to do that because I had a feeling it was just not going to go well, and sure enough, it didn't, because I wanted to swap a bunch of GPUs around, and Windows hates that. So I fought with Windows for like an entire day on Saturday that I was supposed to be streaming. I cracked open the box Friday night. I was hoping that I'd be able to get things kind of squared away for the stream on Saturday, but it was like 11 p.m. Saturday night. I was still working on the graphics issues, and I hung it up for that night, got back to it Sunday. Sunday, I got things resolved about midday, and then I started actually setting things up the way I wanted them, so I've made a lot of progress. Took a picture, though, since I couldn't do the official unboxing. Put together this. There you go. Here's my new setup. Move that over there. Picture on the right is my workstation that I have been using. This is, there's nothing fancy about this thing. This is just a beefy metal chassis full of fans and hard drives. I put the specs below them in case you're curious. So this continues to be my main thing that I'm interacting with. Like right now, that's what I'm on. And what I've done is I have this new gaming PC that I got, which should hopefully increase my frames. You guys know the last time I streamed Star Citizen, we were getting a little bit of jank. Again, these Threadrippers are just not gaming CPUs. They're not really optimized for that. And so I'm assuming that was the cause of it, plus just all the things running on it. Anyway, now I got this one on the left, dedicated. That's all it's going to do is run my games, and it's got all the specs it needs to do that. So, but 5090 used to be in the workstation on the right. I moved that over to the new one. I ordered the new one with a 5070, put that in my old hand-me-down, which is going to go to my daughter, so she can play better games with me. And then the 4090 was in that, is now my workstation. So that's the dance I did that was taking me like all day Saturday. It's been working pretty well. The only thing I have not got done yet is my sticks, my throttle, my pedals, my flight sticks, my eye tracker. I got to get all that moved over to the game PC. Right now that's still all plugged into the workstation, so I got to set up the verbal software and do that whole song and dance. So I'm not set up to play Star Citizen on it yet. But I will be by next weekend. I want to get back to streaming some Star Citizen, because next Saturday when we do this, hopefully 4.6 will have landed by then, and we can check that out together. Yes, it was you, Project Gnome. I thought so. It's been interesting. I'd love to hear more about what's been interesting about it. Good afternoon, Wolf fan. Thanks for coming out, dude. And Doctor. Good afternoon, Doctor. Thanks for coming out. It's not good to rush things when hardware's involved. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never had luck swapping a GPU in Windows. Like, it just freaks the hell out. I did everything right. I thought I took the like, before I removed the card and put the 4090 back in, I went through and I did the display driver uninstall, picked the option to like uninstall and shut down, which they say is what you're supposed to do to get ready for putting a new card in. But I put the new card in and I booted it up and black screen. Like, I could not get any video out. I had to like manually power cycle a bunch of times, get into safe mode. It was just and then even in safe mode, I was having issues. Turned out the 4090 does not play well with some of the displays I have with the display port. I had to go back to HDMI. It was all kinds of issues, but it's all working. Looking good. Zoom in on the specs. Yeah, sure, I can zoom in. There's a new one. You see that? Should be pretty future-proof, hopefully. Yeah, I hope so. I didn't get a ton of storage on the new one because I have a ton of storage on my workstation. 4 terabytes should be enough for the games I play. I don't play that many games at a time. But one thing I have been playing with, so on the workstation, I now have the 4K capture card, which is what I plan on taking the video out of the gaming PC and piping that to my workstation, because my workstation is going to continue running OBS and all the streaming stuff and video processing and all that stuff. And then I'll be piping that out to Twitch and YouTube whenever I'm streaming. But I wasn't sure how I was going to do like the day-to-day, because like day-to-day, I'm working on my PC, but as you know, I run this gaming community, so I got a lot of things to do on a regular basis, like realized that my camera's not showing here, sorry. But yeah, I wasn't sure how, like I was just going to do the day-to-day, like hopping between my work and the game, because like my monitor has a built-in KVM and input switcher, so like it's kind of a pain in the butt. Like I like reach up under the monitor, hit this little tiny button, and then it'll switch inputs. And I was like, I don't know. That's what I'm multitasking, right? I'm coding, I gotta jump around, I gotta like log in and do something for somebody in the guild, I gotta come back, so. But I found this thing called Parsec. Has anybody ever played with Parsec? That's a good question, Wolf. I don't even think I've booted it up yet. We can do that. Anyway, this Parsec thing is wild if you haven't used it. This is my first time. It's been out a long time, so I'm probably just late to the party. But I was looking for things to better integrate like the two systems together. And this thing, like if I hit my my hotkey for switching virtual desktops there, you can see I'm on my gaming PC now. And now I'm back on my workstation. So it's just piping the video. It's kind of like remote desktop, right? It's just piping the video over Ethernet to my workstation. Now, I got very high speed network between these two things. The new gaming PC has like 5 gig Ethernet card, and the workstation has 10 gig, and they're connected each other via a 10 gig switch right in my office here. That uplinks to my main router for the house, or my main switch for the house. But so there is no limitation on network side, from what I understand. All the bottleneck is just in the decoding on the workstation side, but it is freaking fast, dude. Like I can play a game over Parsec. Here, we can do it right now. Let's you can see how responsive this is. Bring up RSI. Yeah. Go ahead and launch it. This might be my first time launching Star Citizen, this thing. I've launched a few others. Obviously, I had it installed and I'm ready to go, but Again, like I said, I hadn't moved my peripherals over yet, so I wasn't really, yeah. Wasn't really ready to dig in. Yeah. I do have two monitors. I have a kind of a widescreen that sits above my ultra wide. So I got the ultra wide right in front of me here, and then I got a widescreen that sits above it. So that's where I run OBS and all that stuff. And then the game or whatever I'm working on down here. But the nice thing about this Parsec setup is, oh, I got a friend request. Nice thing about this Parsec setup is I can easily like integrate both systems. Like right now, I'm waiting on these shaders to compile. Like I can bring up my terminal real quick, you know what I mean? Like, and just go back and forth between these two things. Like, there's just no video switching input delay. Really, really freaking nice. If it continues to hold up like it has been. I always get skeptical because I've tried this before and the latency just kind of sucks, but man, this Parsec, the latency is really good. As you can see, I mean, I'm streaming over Parsec right now. I still have it set up KVM, so I can reach over and hit the input on my mouse or the monitor and switch to the gaming PC if I want to go just native and get rid of any kind of network latency issues. But if this performs well, this is freaking nice. You've been looking for a solution like that for decades? Yeah, man, this is amazing. I can do all the heavy lifting on the workstation while having the game PC run the game. And man, this game PC is way better at running. It's just the few games I have tried so far, like the like you can't even hear the fan spin up on this game PC. Whereas the workstation, you run this thing on the workstation and it was like growling. But yeah. No background music going here. Helps me concentrate. All right. What was I doing? Yeah. I'm just waiting. I'm letting these shaders compile before I fire it up. You can't see it because it's off the edge, but we're at 22% on the shader compile. So, Project Gnome, you still there? What's been most interesting about your Claude or AI journey? I'm curious. And what are people thinking about what you're seeing about crafting so far? That is top of mind for me. X3D are just amazing for gaming. Yeah, you're not kidding, man. It's crazy. What a difference. That 3D cache layer mix. You see any possibility of a fully fleshed out social media app within the game? Seems like a no-brainer for me. Taking screenshots, sharing, live streaming, allow the community to grow organically. Andrew, I think CIG's ambitions on that front are far greater than anybody is giving them credit for. If you look at a game like World of Warcraft, Pax Dei, these are just some other ones that had social things going on, right? Pax Dei just outsourced the entire thing. They went all in on Discord. They let Discord come in and just kind of plumb the social aspects of the game for them. And it's really not all that great, to be honest. It works. It's interesting that, like, if a person whispers you from Pax Day, it shows up in Discord. But the fact is like, Discord is not within their control, and Discord's just going to keep getting shittier, right? The company's going public. They're going to have profit goals and all this stuff, and like tying your game to a platform like that, I think is a very short-sighted maneuver, but one I can understand from a company like Mainframe, because they just don't have the funding, they don't have the stability or size or scale that CIG has. I always thought this was a big miss for Blizzard too, because Blizzard had such an audience for their constellation of games. They had Battle.net. Battle.net started to go that route of like stitching the communications between all these games together and getting everybody communicating, but like the application that they delivered outside of the game sucked ass, right? Like, it was just terrible. Now you have Steam, which is kind of trying to do this across all games, but they don't have the in-game offering that I'm aware of that Discord is pushing for. So I really see Discord and Steam as competitors in this space, and nobody's really talking about Discord and Steam competing that I've seen, but I think it's just a natural head-on-head collision that is coming down the line. Like, you're going to see Discord and Steam be arch rivals eventually. I think the social aspect of gaming is one that just has not been conquered well, and somebody is going to conquer it. And I think that CIG understands the importance of that, and that's why they built Spectrum. And I think that we are definitely going to see Spectrum and the game become tighter and tighter in the years ahead and offer more and more functionality across the boundary of being in the game or out of the game. So the things you're talking about, clipping, voice, like all the stuff that Discord offers you today, I would expect to eventually see that. Now, the time frame, I have no idea. It's not going to be a 1.0. I think you'll definitely see a lot more functionality by 1.0, but I don't know if you're going to see like the entire suite of Discord functionality by 1.0. I don't think so. But again, keep in mind that 1.0 is really just the MVP, and beyond that, things are just going to get more and more interesting, more and more crazy. I don't know if I answered your question there, Andrew, but that's my take. I was using software like Synergy in the past, but always some issues with everything I tried. Yeah, I looked at Synergy. That was one of the first things I looked at, Iggy, but I did a lot of digging, and I just could not come up with a configuration for Synergy that would do what I wanted to do. Getting the display from the game PC on the workstation was the only thing that could do what I wanted. Answer your question, I'm learning the hard way to get better and better at wording my prompts to not confuse the AI. Yeah. Good discovery project, Gnome. I have a lot to talk about on that too. Like, I have been evolving my approach to communicating with the AI, and it's a discipline all in and of itself. Or a skill, maybe you want to call it. I haven't had hands-on yet, but it seems good so far. They just need to get the gathering and inventory stuff figured out more. I haven't had hands-on with the crafting system either, Commander, but man, what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is extremely promising. Especially with Vulcan, it's fun to watch the resource monitor logs. Crafting is in a very early tier 0 stage, I would say, but it will let the game explode. Mining will finally have a real purpose. I know. I have been saying this for years, Iggy. You go back to my earliest videos and I talk about why crafting and base building are so important. When I first joined, I remember there was a sentiment within the community that like those weren't even the most pressing things, and I don't know how widespread it was, but I know that sentiment was there. Like there was so much more emphasis being placed on things like the flight model and I don't know, FPS gameplay, like all this stuff, and like the whole time I'm thinking like all of that pales in comparison to crafting and base building when it comes to importance, because those are the only things that are going to stitch all the loops together and give everything purpose. Nothing else is going to give us purpose. Territory control, which is kind of part of that, is also up there. Salty Mike has a good video of crafting. Yeah, I probably already watched it. You talk about the one where he got in there and got hands-on. I saw that one. I've been watching all the people that I know of that are in Evocati that have been able to put their hands on it. I honestly haven't seen much from him crafting. Just one short video from Space Tomato. Nice. If I give it a slightly incorrect prompt, it'll send me back bizarre code that has nothing to do. Which model are you using, Project Nim? I honestly don't use any of the Steam social community features. Exactly, Wolf. That's why I say that Steam's offering is falling short, and why I think Discord is going to be their #1 competitor in the long run. Because Steam has not pulled it together either. I think Discord's on the right track. Like, in order to capture gaming socialization, you need to be in the game and out of the game. Like, Blizzard was so ahead of the curve on this, and they just completely dropped the ball. Now, and like they started in game and started making their way out, right? It's interesting because Discord is taking the alternative approach. They're starting out of the game and trying to work their way into the games. Same with Steam, really. Steam is out of the game. They haven't even started their journey into the game as far as I can tell. Now, CIG is in a very fortunate position where they own both, which is why I think it's brilliant for them to invest in Spectrum. Much like the position Blizzard was in, right? So, we'll see. I think for a lot of companies, making that investment would not make sense, but for something that will be of the scale that I expect Star Citizen to be, it makes perfect sense. And it tells me that CIG expects the scale of Star Citizen to be as big as I do. 2010, man. Hey, salute back at you. Thanks for coming out again, bro. Working voice chat will boost SC so much, yeah. That is definitely a feature, especially proximity chat. But I think if CIG can deliver immersion on voice chat, then that's huge. That's one thing Discord cannot compete on, right? It's like immersive, like making a video call to your buddy in a fighter craft on the other side of the galaxy and getting a little bit of interference. People will love that. Now, that said, I don't think that it replaces the need to have people in a voice channel all getting crystal clear comms between each other, but Spectrum is set up beautifully to provide both, right? Well, Spectrum plus the game. I don't want to use Discord when in-game voice is working well. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Doctor. Like, I don't think, eventually, I don't think you'll have to. Ross, I need to try Cloud Code again. I plan to rewatch the videos you made on it. Yeah, well, I'm going to be doing another video, Ross. I'm going to do a video that goes from 0 to getting everything set up the way I had it working. In my last videos, I just kind of jumped right in. I'd already had things set up. A lot of people asked me if I could do something to kind of like show the setup process. So I'm going to do that before I do anything more on advanced usage, which, well, I don't know if it's advanced. It's advanced for me because I keep advancing how I'm using it. So, but first I want to do another Star Citizen video on crafting. And then I'll probably do one on setting up for managing AIs. I kind of want to take the approach of like dumping a little bit on vibe coding. I still like all the research I've done. It keeps pulling you into like this vibe coding mindset. Like I just don't think that's the right way of thinking about it. I think if there's nothing wrong with vibe coding, and I think there's a lot of people who might be able to have a lot of fun with that, like people who aren't professionals in the field and they just want to see what they can accomplish with these new tools. But if you're a professional in the field and you have a lot of experience with this stuff, then I think vibe coding is not the the term you want to aim for. Certainly not how I see it. Like I'm still spending a lot of time developing features. You know what I mean? It's just different. And I'm multitasking more. Like instead of me being focused on one, I can be working on 5, 6 different features at the same time. Which is exactly the same way you scale as an engineering manager or a director of engineering or something like that. So, fair take. I can see post 1.0 scenario. In my opinion, the good social media app on everyone, Moby, could open up the game in so many ways. Meetups, parties, orgs, help wanted. Yeah, totally. And again, Andrew, I think all the actions that CIG are taking tell me they understand that. You've been using ChatGPT? ChatGPT is good. I think Claude Code is, in my experience, Claude Code is a whole level. At least Claude Code Opus 4.5, which, to be fair, you need to spend a lot of money. It's like $100 a month just to get access to Opus 4.5, but it is crazy advanced, dude. Like, but using them together has been key for me. I have found that ChatGPT makes an amazing code reviewer for Opus 4.5. There are interesting vids about Star Audio, by the way. Audio team have awesome people. Yeah, I've been impressed in what I've been seeing on the Star Audio front. It's crazy. Like, imagine them, and I'm sure they will, but like the attention to detail that they are giving to like 3D audio in the game, and like the way a space engine sounds as it roars past you, and all of this stuff, taking that and applying that to like proximity comms and kind of just long distance comms in the game, stuff like that. I think they're going to be able to make something extremely immersive, especially when you start to combine that with virtual reality. It's just, the future is crazy. I want to see another interview with the audio team. Every time they talk, they seem pretty passionate about, yeah, exactly. Video call on one of the consoles of your ship. That's the stuff of dreams in a game. Yeah. It's coming. The ship, the Moby glass. Before you know it, we'll even have a remote start. A little tutorial from my perspective would be cool. Definitely gonna do that. I can't vibe code, my brain doesn't work that way. Yeah. I like making more AI tooling versus vibe coding. AI prompting makes me feel like I have I have to triple check. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. One thing, I just saw there's something called blackbox.ai, I think. 1 second. Yeah. This is interesting. This is, so the way I have been using AI is I have been developing stuff mainly with Claude Opus 4.5, opening a PR, and then I've had other AI agents chime in on the PR, review the code, and that's how I'm taking like a multi-agent approach. This company, Blackbox.ai, is doing it in the terminal. So they have a command line interface, just like Claude Code or Codex or Gemini. But their terminal integrates multiple agents into the same terminal screen. And they try to do the multi-agent and multi-model collaboration up front, which is interesting. It would definitely accelerate it, because like the method I've been using is I ship code and then I have Claude wait 10, 20 minutes for the reviews to come in, and then it automatically, autonomously goes back, checks the feedback, works on it, pushes, waits for more feedback, right? And it's kind of going round trips like that. So I get the benefits of this, but it takes long. I think if you had an approach like this, you would definitely be able to accelerate what I'm doing. However, this is not cheap. The fact is like if you pay, like I'm paying $200 a month for Claude Code Max, and it gives you a tremendous amount of tokens to use. Whereas Blackbox is basically reselling tokens from these big providers, so you have to come in and pay them, and then you get like a token budget that you can use across all of them. And I was doing some math, and like it would be outrageously expensive to do what I'm doing through Blackbox. So the way I'm doing it is much more cost effective, and so I'm going to stick with it for now. But I think this has merit. I just don't know if it's a viable business model, as long as the big people are giving you these enormous token packages for a very reasonable price. Like somebody like this is, I don't see how they're going to compete, because unless people like Claude and Gemini are giving these guys discounts big enough that they can compete on price. But right now, I don't think that's the case. Bob Wobble, welcome, dude. I don't know if I've seen you in a live chat. First time, yes! You have been in the comments like crazy, but oh, you're usually working this time of day. Do you have off because of the weather? Are you in an area that's getting pounded? Am I familiar with the Modern Software Engineering YouTube channel? No, I'm not, Ross. I've never seen that, but let me make a note of it. I'll check it out. Modern Software Engineering. All right, I found the channel. Is this the one you're talking about? If so, this looks interesting. I will definitely check this out. I tried coding once. 20 years later, I realized that I couldn't really code. That is true for all of us, Mackie Muss. I remember when I was first getting into the field, like, I thought I was the shit, you know what I mean? Like, I could hack anything up, and then, you know, 5 years go by and you go back and you look at code you wrote and you're like, holy crap, I did not write this to be maintainable. And then you write new code that you think is going to be super maintainable and solve everything you didn't know before. And then another 5 years go by, or even a year or two, you know what I mean? And you look back and you realize that code was shit too. And that cycle just repeats for decades and decades. That's just, that's the nature of it. Anyway, yeah, I really appreciate you coming out, Bob Bobble. Good to see you here, man. Love all your comments on the channel and the videos, and I really appreciate them. I have no idea how much it helps. Super appreciate all you regulars. Anyway, we were talking about my new PC a little bit earlier, Bob, and I was firing up Star Citizen on it for the first time. I was talking about how I'm using Parsec to kind of combine my workstation and my game PC now. I have stuff at work that's like 10 plus years old that is embarrassing to look back at. Yeah, we all do, Wolf. The only way that goes away is if you leave that job and you can forget about it. That's the way it goes. I'm going to bookmark this channel so I don't forget to look at it. Give me a TLDR on what this channel's about, Ross. Well, maybe I can just watch this to see. Well, that's 11 minutes long. I don't want to watch that right now. Oh, you got an injury? Can't really do much? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bub. You're in the farming industry, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Certainly understand how you would get an injury in that industry. Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna have my character. Wait, before I do that, let me see if I can copy my character files over. I don't want to have to recreate my character. Custom characters, there they are. Whoops. The hell? Where did this install? Oh my gosh. I forgot to change the that's my default. I don't want to launch this from the C drive. It's going to take them out. It's going pretty fast. Alright, I'm getting hot since I was outside when I was wearing this. Is anybody else addicted to the Robert Space Industry merch shop and wear all their gear like I do? I order an embarrassing number of t-shirts from them. Multiples of each. Like, I think I got 3 or 4 of these RSI shirts. Alright. I'm gonna relaunch the launcher. Now that I moved it, we'll quit. Okay. Gonna create the directory, I guess. Alright, I got my custom character. Let's go. Merch is pretty good quality, yeah, it is. I gotta verify because I moved them. Normally you get an install prompt when you move it like that. What? Okay, this is all jacked up. Stop. Don't do that. Alright. Okay. Yep. Alright, we're there. Okay. This should work now. It's gonna tell me I need to install, but it's gonna just verify and it should go really fast. Yeah, okay, there it goes. Old enough to have their RSI dog tags? I didn't even know that was a thing. Got an SC sticker on my car. I get some honks from time to time. Nice. I gotta get one of them. Might get a Star Citizen shirt would be an easy way to identify normal people, right? Australia. I did not know that, Bob Bubbles. That explains why you're normally working this time of day. Although, yeah, it's quitting time here, but I don't know, what is that, like a 10, 12-hour difference? Hey, Calliope. I'm not reinstalling. I moved it because I installed it on the wrong drive, and now it's re-verifying. Okay, it's finished. Back in 2014, 2015, it was a limited run. Keychain with the SC logo and then your account info. No, that's awesome. They don't even do the your account. They don't do like account numbers anymore for new people. Yeah, Calliope. I had to do the same thing you had to do. I installed it on the wrong drive, so I moved it, and then I had to, you know, do that thing. Calliope is my better half. For anybody who doesn't know. Alright, so now I should have my character portraits, which other people were cool enough to do for me because I suck at character creators. On the optimized shaders again, but I already did that. Weird. Maybe because I moved it. No bank account damage. I'm just firing it up for the first time on this PC, and I'm also showing off Parsec. Keep in mind, I'm playing this on my game PC, but I am connected to my workstation, and this is being streamed over Ethernet, so. See if you can tell the difference. Because I'm streaming it to Twitch and YouTube over that Parsec connection. You're not actually, even though I have a capture card, I'm not using that right now. Actually gotta change my input devices. They're on the wrong profiles. That's one small problem with this setup. For anybody curious. Is that like the game detection that automatically switches profiles on input devices, like your Razer software or whatever, obviously can't work because my input devices are plugged into my workstation and I'm running a game on the game PC, so it doesn't actually detect the change. Oh boy. And I also just realized that I'm passing the thumbstick on my keypad as a joystick, and that is also not passing over the Parsec connection. I'm just gonna change that over to WASD real quick until I have time to figure that out. Alright, now I'm using WASD. Okay, doesn't like that. What am I pushing? First run woes. It's weird. If I hold an F, it jerks my camera down eventually. But only if I do it. Nope, nope, there it goes. Interesting. Well. That's weird. fix for this. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get my my other mouse. That's not going to be the magic fix I thought it was going to be. Well, I got to do some troubleshooting here. So... it only does it when I hold F. That is interesting. I don't know why that would be. This dude's probably looking at me like, what the hell? But yeah, you can see input issues aside, I don't know what's going on with my F key. You can see the responsiveness is pretty crazy considering this is coming over my Ethernet connection. I don't know if you can tell at all. I sure as hell can't. The input responsiveness is, I cannot tell. I cannot feel the latency at all. They say it's 5 milliseconds. But I'm... like, I can't tell any latency. It's very fast. Again, this is local, you know, I'm basically directly connected from one machine to the other, but can't really see any compression artifacting, but I'm not really the most observant person on that kind of stuff. Yeah, Markham, that's my bad. A lot of folks assume Squadron 42 is state based on current PU experience, but Squadron 42 is the lead project. Yeah, definitely. Agree with that, Lucid Strick. As much as us Star Citizen folks don't want to hear that, that is absolutely true. Technology is being backported on Star Citizen from that project. I have mouse issues when I try to run SC via RDP. Do you really? It's not even mouse though. It's the F key, so it's actually keyboard. Wolf. And like I can hold in any other key. And I can hold in F. But if I hold in F and move the mouse, it just goes crazy like that. I can hold in Q and move the mouse just fine. I can hold in B like nothing else. But if I hold in F and move the mouse, like it freaking janks. I don't know. I wonder if there's any kind of like mouse sensitivity whenever you're in input mode like that. I don't ever remember seeing anything like that, but that's what it feels like. It feels like the mouse sensitivity just goes crazy whenever you're holding an F for some reason. And it points you right down. That's bizarre. I wonder if I rebind F to something else. That would tell me if it's like something with the F key itself. Let me see. Does J do anything? No, let's just put it on J for the moment. Where would that even be? I've never friggin' rebound this key. There we go, interaction mode. F. It's now J. There's something for every key in this game. Apostrophe. Alright, that didn't conflict with anything. See if it does the same thing. Yep. Something with the interaction mode. Doesn't even care what key it is. Now I can hold an F and move around just fine. Change that back. I'm just shooting in the dark here. Miss Alvora, welcome to the chat. Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it. Yeah, when you hold F, that's what happens. All mouse movement RPE. Weird. Interesting. Rollo, you sent me a link? Okay. Where'd you send the link, Doctor? Oh, I got it. Oh, look at this. I have this issue where I hold F, interact with something, and my character just starts spinning in circles when I move. That's exactly what's happening. But if I just hold F, I'm messing with Windows full screen, etc. I've tried messing with refresh rates. I've tried relaunching. Good point. I wonder if this even does it without RPTP. That would suck. Similar bug when playing Star Citizen via Parsec. Oh. Some issue with Star Citizen hating the virtualized mouse, opening the magnifier app, and then minimizing it. Appears to correct the issue for some reason. Has to do with you introducing a virtual mouse and SC using an absolute cursor. Coordinate from the mouse when you hold F. Steam Link does it too. I use Raspberry Pi as a Windows USB hub. I'm gonna connect the mouse to that. I use Parsec, the mouse works fine, but that work introduces a virtual USB. Interesting. So I just open magnifier on the... What the hell? Oh god. Save me. Holy crap, I wonder how I, Okay. Windows and the plus sign. Or do I have to do it on that? Oh, the host. Okay, that's not this PC. I'm dumb. Alright, so... Got a lot of things I need to figure out. Like Star Citizen's not wanting to release. Okay, so alright, let's see if this fixes it. Your market is now the clan market, so the clan can make some money. Sweet, Miss Elvora. Glad to see somebody. Always new tech woes. That's how it goes. I'll be curious to see if this fixes it, though. I now have magnifier running on the gaming PC. People have reported fixes this issue. We were just talking about crafting a little bit ago, Miss Alvara. Alright, let's see if I can hold in F and move the mouse. I can. There you go. That fixed it. Thank you, Doctor. You saved my parsec setup. Not gonna lie. This is way smoother than when I was running it on the workstation. And a lot less fan noise in the room right now. Oh, right. In-game audio. I don't know how... You know what I gotta do? I gotta do this. 1 second. Okay, now... There you go. Now do you hear the audio? Oh, I'm at Everest Harbor, and I'm already equipped. I have... Oh yeah, there hasn't been a reset. Nice. Yeah, way smoother and way less fan noise. This is awesome. And my stream's not lagging. Dude, when I was trying to run Star Citizen with OBS all on the same machine and streaming this out, like, if I would look up to OBS, my camera would actually be stuttering a little bit. I don't know if you guys ever saw that, but on my side, like, there was major stutter. Everything is smooth. No sound on your side? Oh. Let me... Hold on. How about now? Found now? Okay. Still beholding the server side FPS issues, but yeah, already looks much smoother from my end too, yeah. Hopefully Calliope's not watching the stream right now.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
What do I have here? Do I have my clipper? I do.
Vehicle
Fullest
selected.
clipper.
Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
That's all loners. Exactly, Doctor. Love this freaking ship so much. Stream looks way better. Yeah, it does. I'm actually pretty excited right now. I'm not an excitable guy. Like, you won't really see it on my expression too easily, but I'm pretty pumped at the moment. Right now I'm kind of forced to do things with Parsec, but I'll have the option in the future. I just got to get the oh shit, that's right. But I don't have my sticks. I'm not a VJoy expert. Gotta get the sticks moved over to the PC. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I have the capture card as well, so like if I need to flip the inputs over and not do this via Parsec, I can, and I'll still be able to stream via the capture card. So that's cool. I just don't have all that set up yet. Man, I couldn't even fly with VJoy if I wanted to. I don't know the keybinds. You? I know that. Turns all my power on. Let's see if I can fly this thing. Don't make fun of me.
You are clear to launch.
Like, I have buttons for all that stuff on my throttle, like if I want to call for takeoff. I'm used to looking my head up to see up. Yeah, I don't... The hell? I can't even... I'm worried I might have just unbound some stuff because I was got tired of the keyboard interfering with my sticks. Oh, space works. Whoa! Okay. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, man. Keeping that mouse centered is,
Thank you, and please visit again.
That's gonna be something else.
Landing gear up.
You guys are gonna be floor, but I was thinking I'd just go check out Levski. I have not been there yet. Where the hell is my... I can't even see, like, the angle I'm going up at. Where is that? Okay, okay. Holding B still works? We don't do that in the community, thank you, Doctor. $8. You're very close, Wolf. Bob, shh. We don't do that in the community. I love that. Alright, I think I'm in space now. I can't even tell. I don't know where my altimeter is. I feel flustered. Nix. I have not gone through this wormhole yet. Let's do it. Man, this VJoy stuff is weird. I haven't played with VJoy since like 317.
Drive is now on.
It is not like riding a bike.
Is now off. Drive is now on.
Thank you, Wolf. Is this live or is this Memorex? What is Memorex? 0. I don't even know what Memorex is. I'm playing live. I'm sucking because I'm if you're just jumping in, I'm playing on my new PC, which I have not moved my flight sticks or anything over to yet, so I'm playing with mouse and keyboard, and I have not played VJoy since 317, so I'm doing terrible. You can't switch the joysticks, have to teach too much new bros? Yeah. DDR3 RAM? I don't... No, DDR5. I think. I was showing the specs earlier. Here, I can flip over. Alright, here's the specs of my new system. Famous advertising slogan for Memory's magnetic tape used throughout the 1970s and 80s was... Oh, is it live or is it Memorex? I do not remember that. 0. Time spent setting up a game, 20 years. Time spent actually playing it, 1, yeah, alright. I don't know what the DDR5 costs because this is I just had Origin build this system for me. I know, like, I'm gonna lose some geek credit here, but because, like, most people with a lot of geek credit build their own PCs now, but I started life in this industry as a PC builder. Like, that's what I did for other people. 8 hours a day. I worked at I don't know if you were here back when I was talking about my first job, but it was PC repair and custom PC build shop, and we took orders all the time for customers, and I built custom PCs just the way these people do that I just ordered from, and I can't even tell you the number of PCs I built in my time. And after I left that job, my first few jobs, I kept doing it for myself for a while, But eventually I got to the point and where I was like, I'd never want to build another PC again for as long as I live. Now I'll do basic stuff. I'll swap video cards and, you know, I'll replace a component if I need to, but I don't want to build a PC anymore. That is the last thing I want to do. It's a nice build, cool. I'll take your word for it. My strategy when I do these builds, Zero, is I go there and I just try to pick the best of everything, and I hope that's a good build. Beyond that, like, I don't know. I don't even know. I know, like, Origin, I didn't even know when I first started ordering from them that they were basically a Corsair subsidiary, and obviously it's mostly Corsair stuff. Hopefully that's good. I don't know. I have the video card dropped out because I ordered this with a 5070 Ti, but that was because I already had a 5090 in the workstation that I was using, so... And I wanted to do a shuffle and hand my daughter one of my older PCs, so I ordered this with a 5070 Ti for the machine she was getting. That machine had a 4090 in it. I moved that to my workstation that had the 5090, and I moved the 5090 over to this. So this now has a 5090, and that's an MSI card. Because the workstation, when I ordered it originally, it came with, I forget what brand, 5090. It came with some brand, and the card actually died. And so they swapped it for me. They sent me a new MSI 5090, so that's what I got in here now. Back in the day of ATI graphics, Mackie Mus, yeah, you're not wrong. Remember Visa Local Bus? Remember ISA video cards, and then we got the Visa Local Bus, the VLB video cards, and then finally PCI. There wasn't even an ESA in there. I never had it in the ESA architecture machine, or was it EISA or something like that? I do remember Visa Local Bus. I forget the card that was popular at that time. It was like, oh man, Voodoo. You remember the Voodoo graphics 3D cards? Yes, you just said it. Yeah, I remember having a Voodoo Visa Local Bus graphics card. And then the next card I had was finally a PCI, and I think it was like a Matrox card. Remember Matrox? They were one of the first that emphasized dual displays. True story, I suddenly got a headache. Wife complaining about not playing enough, I'll keep her, yeah. Callie's a better gamer than I am, guys. She will outgame me any day. Yeah, definitely a keeper. First time I got a hammerhead, I was stuck in there for an hour. Could not find the way out for the life of me. I can imagine. I still probably couldn't find my way out of a hammerhead. Yeah, Zero. I already had the 5090. I put that in. AGP? I totally forgot about AGP. Remember Voodoo well? Memory unlocked? XT 4.77 megahertz CPU with 68 or 684 megabytes RAM? Holy crap, dude, that was a lot of memory back then. How the hell did you get 684 megabytes of RAM? Or are you sure it was megabytes and not kilobytes? Kids have it so easy. Remember having to tweak the hell out of the old ATI Rage drivers to get new games? Oh my gosh, Wolf, yes. I remember for every new game I installed, I would have to shuffle the order of drivers in config.sys just to like eke out different amounts of base memory. Because remember, like, when nothing could hardly use high memory and everything required like a certain amount of base memory? We're making you feel old, Julio? How are we making you feel old remembering the XTs? It should make you feel, hopefully, I don't know, maybe. Bro, in my day we had to use our mouse to blow the console before we could play, yeah, right? Absolutely. Why did I jump out of quantum here?
Shield system online. Shield system offline.
Yeah, if it was an XT, it was probably 600 some K of high memory. I used to build XTs and ATs from IBM, as well as the IBM Mod 40, Mod 60, Mod 80. Remember those things? With their, they had like microchannel architecture, like MCA slots or something. Yes, the original PC was the 8088. Yep. They had those massive MFM drives. You'd be lucky to get a 10 megabyte MFM drive, and it was about that big. Things were massive. They hurt when you drop them on your feet too. Let me ask me how I know. Remember going to computer shows back in the day to pick up those build parts? Oh my gosh, yes. FidoNet on the Commodore 64. I went to so many computer shows, man. I mean, they would be hosted in these huge convention centers, and you'd be walking all around, and people showing off their shiny boards. Oh my god, I used to get so excited for those things. That's actually where I picked up my first Linux CD-ROM. It was Slackware. Is that what it was called? I think it was called Slackware. And I took that thing home, and I remember being so freaking excited to install it. And that's how I got. And some vendor just gave it away for free, right? They were just giving away the CDs for free, and that was exciting. And he told me I could run Doom on it. Like Doom 3D was a hot game at the time. And I'm like, really? You can run Doom on this? Because Doom ran on Linux. And I installed Linux, and I installed Doom, and it was amazing. It was kind of my exit from Windows for a long time. I still dual booted, so I just didn't run Windows primarily, or DOS. It was really DOS at that point, with Windows 3.1. Played with some badass wood sticks when I was little, right? Yeah, we used to go outside when I was little. It was freaking scary. 300 baud modem. We didn't have the internet, and it was BBS's, man. I think my first modem was a 1200 baud. I didn't have a 300 baud. 1200 baud was my first, and that's what I was dialing to like CompuServe with. And then when we, at that computer shop that I worked at, we stood up a BBS and started selling subscriptions to the local town. And I remember I had a bank of, I think it was 28.8K modems is what we were running for that BBS. We had like a bank of like 8 of them that people could dial into. I was running on OS 2. Man, those were the days. And then, I remember I had a 1200 baud, and then I had a 14.4K baud, then the 28.8, and then eventually the 56K. And then everything past 56K was just compression, so. But I remember they came out with like, you know, 112K, and it was like kind of bullshit. They were just using compression to squeeze out more. Built your first null modem cable back in 94 just for Doom. Nice. That's awesome, dude. Atari 2600, the C64, the C128, kind of a waste. Okay, your progression was very similar to mine. I went from the Atari...
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
I want to say it was the 4000 series Atari that I had. The 4800, I believe. It had a membrane keyboard. No, that was not it. $4,000? Yes. This was the first Atari I had. Oh my gosh, this guy's got the box. Wish I could zoom in on this thing. I don't know if you can see that. That was it though. That thing had a membrane keyboard. And this thing flipped up, that's where the cartridges went. I had a tape drive for it. Could take the Atari cartridges. And I think that's all I had for it. But that freaking keyboard was so abysmal to type on. I had a word processor for it. And the word processor was cool because it allowed you to do like shortcuts and stuff. Like you could basically hyperlink within the word processor. And I used that hyperlinking capability to write a choose your own adventure game, like a text game. At the time, like I was playing Zork. I had this 4000, but there was another one. I think this was a gift from my grandfather, by the way, and no, it was like, what, the 8000? No. And I can't remember the model of his. But it was a step up from the 4000. Or the 4. Oh, this was the 400. I was thinking it was 4. Maybe it was the 800. Yeah. Yeah, I think this was it. Yeah, this is what he had. Yeah, that is what he had. And so he had both. He had the 400 and the 800. He gave me the 400. That's how I got it. And I was running Zork on his 800. And that's what really got me into RPGs and all that stuff. Zork was really my gateway drug. And I remember wanting to build my own Zork. And so when he gave me the 400 and I found that text processor on it with the hyperlinking, I used that. And that was my very first stab at game development. Was using the hyperlinking in that to do basically like a choose your own adventure type thing. I couldn't do anything programmatic like I wanted to, but I got close. And you could also do graphics with it. My grandfather was ahead of the curve. Hell yeah, he was. It was hard to believe that he was into this stuff, but he really was. He was, because he was like a diesel mechanic his whole life. But, he got a hold of these things. I remember him being super passionate about it for some reason. And, but anyway. Yeah, so you could do like the hyperlinking, you could do like some pixel art. So I was doing pixel art to like, remember Loom? Anybody remember Loom? I remember looking at pictures of the game Loom and being so blown away by the graphics. I was trying to replicate it in that word processor with my own pixel art. I got pretty close. But then anyway, talking about the progression that you went through, Zero, I went from the 400, the Atari 400 to the Commodore 64 was my next jump. Pretty much the same. Yeah, Gen X for the win. Yeah, exactly. And then from the Commodore 64, I did not have a 128. I went from the Commodore 64 to a Tandy 1000. Did not even have a hard drive. It was dual 5 1/4 floppies. But ran some cool games on there. I got a hold of some more text adventure games and some like single player games that resembled MUDs. And obviously it had BASIC. I had BASIC on the Commodore 64 too. But the Tandy 1000 that I got came with a BASIC book. It was just basically a reference book. Dude, I read that thing cover to cover in study hall. And ended up trying to write my own text adventure games, and that was a little bit more successful than I was with the Atari 400. And then I had that Tandy 1000 until I got a 386. It was a 386 SX25. with 1 MB of memory and a 40 MB hard drive. It was insane. And the first game I got for it was Chuck Yeager's Air Combat. That game was freaking incredible for its time. So that would have been the first flight game I ever played. And what set me up for Star Citizen eventually. Your very first computer was a Tandy? Nice, dude. That's awesome. I remember going to Radio Shack. Remember Radio Shack? I remember going to Radio Shack and just staring at like the high-end Tandies and like oogling over those things. Man, I wanted one so bad. Sublogic Flight Simulator on the Commodore 64? Nice. I never played that. I had some kind of a flight game in the Commodore. I vaguely remember it. I don't remember what it was called. I bought the Commodore 64 used off somebody else, and they had already had like 1,000 games that they had pirated and copied, and they just gave me the whole collection of 1,000s. I never even got through them all by the time I got rid of that Commodore, man. There were so many games he had. 25 megahertz? You were in the fast lane? Dude, I was in the fast lane. It'd even have a turbo button to slow it down. You know what I mean? In case you were running like some of those old things that weren't optimized for that speed, you could turn the turbo button off and get back to a sane performance level for the older software. There's been a bit of a resurgence in the retro stuff. I keep getting Amiga rebuilds in the YouTube sidebar. Oh my gosh. The Amiga, I freaking wanted an Amiga so bad. But when I got that SX25, I had... Actually, I didn't even have a choice because the Amiga was far more expensive than the 386 XS25. I actually wanted the Amiga, but I ended up getting the 386. I often wonder, like, how would my perspective on operating systems and architecture had been different if I started with the Amiga. But I only ever got to play with one in the computer shop, and I remember they had it set up in the shop that I went to get that 386. They had the Amiga set up right beside it, and it was running Ultra the Beast. That game, like, go out, if you have never seen Ultra of the Beast, go out and search YouTube. There are some really cool videos out there that talk about the history of that game and what went into making it, and how it was just light years ahead of anything that you could get on a PC at the time, specifically because of some really clever shit that the Amiga did with audio and its graphics capability, how it could do, like, I don't even fully comprehend it all, but if you watch the video, it's pretty amazing. The Amiga just did some really wild stuff, and Ultra the Beast just completely flexed every capability that system had. But when you were watching like Ultra the Beast here, and you were watching like the PC games at the time over here, it was like nobody didn't want that Amiga. Unfortunately, the Amiga just didn't have near the ecosystem around it, and so that was like the game. I don't think it had a ton of other games of that caliber. Ask me, I knew a guy with one. Also wanted one. I think the Amiga was one of the first multi-processing home PC available on the market. Yeah. I thought you were saying Ask Amiga intentionally. Yeah. No, I hear that. The thing was freaking crazy. But, got to 386, and the rest was history. Started teaching myself additional languages. That's what I learned C on, and I kept doing basic programming because I already knew it by that point. Thing was way more powerful, could run stuff a lot faster. Trying to remember. I started with Chuck Yeager's Air Combat. A couple other really cool games I got was remember Tongue of the Fat Man, Star Control, and Sim City. Man, there were so many games I played. That was like when PC gaming exploded for me. Why did I skip the 286? I just I don't know. Just well, I didn't skip the 286, I don't think, because the Tandy 1000 I think was a 286. I went from the Commodore 64 to the Tandy 1000, and I'm pretty sure the Tandy 1000 was a 286. Yeah. It wasn't an 8086. And the 8186 was like never really mass market I'm pretty sure it was a 286. It was a 286 with dual 5 1/4 floppies. You think? I don't know. It was the original Tandy 1000. I know they had what the specs are on this thing. Oh, you're right. The original one was an 8088. Huh. That was definitely it. That was the machine I had, except it was dual 5 1/4 floppies. I didn't have the 3.5. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I did skip the 286. My brain was telling me that was a 286, but it must have been the 8088. Then my only reason for skipping the 286 was I was just behind the curve. Because I bought the Commodore 64 used. I bought this Tandy 1000 used. The only way I was able to even get these machines was just wheeling and dealing via the classified section in the newspaper. I remember I had saved up money for the Commodore. I bought the Commodore for like, I want to say $50. I got the Commodore 64 and 1,000 pirated games. I turned around and sold the Commodore for like $200. Like after I had the thing for like a year and a half or so, turned around and sold it for more than I bought it for. I was a wheeler and dealer at the time, and then I used that $200 to buy the Tandy 1000. I'd saved up a little bit more. I wasn't even working by this point. I was still like, I would have been like 13, 14 years old in high school, and but I was doing odd jobs and stuff to make a little bit of bucks. So I saved up a little bit of money in addition to the 200 I got from the Commodore. Turned around and bought the Tandy 1000. But the hardware I was getting was probably just old at the time. Because it was like I had that Tandy 1000 for maybe a year, and then I had got to a point where I was able to contribute, and my mom helped me out to get like the rest, and we went out and shopped for the PCs, and the 386 was just what was out at the time. So the 286s were probably out, but while everybody else was enjoying a 286, I was still back on the 8088. Probably how that worked out. Eagerly awaiting my video on SC crafting. I never played an MMOs, so it will be very insightful for me. Oh man, I can't wait to make the video. I got a lot of thoughts on it. We can chat about it a little bit now. Yay for Star Control. Enjoyed years of that game. I know, man. I got so competitive at Star Control. Do you remember playing 2-player on the same keyboard? One player used WASD and the other player used like JIKL. Do you remember that? Or no, one player used WASD and the other player used the numeric keypad. That's what it was. Me and my brother used to play each other on Star Control, and we'd be huddled around the same keyboard, man. Dude, I remember skipping school just to stay home and play Star Control all day. Oh my gosh, dude. Those were the days. Oh, am I still? No, sorry. I'm here. Thanks for reminding me I'm playing a game. Man, I suck at VJoy. Doom multiplayer over serial port with my roommate. Even used to play together on the Mega Drive. Such endless days, right? What's wrong with VJoy for me? I'm just not used to it, Zero. I have not played with VJoy since 3.17. I have sticks. But this is like WASD and VJoy, I just not used to it all. Dude, I remember back when like Doom and Wolfenstein were out. Like, it was such the era of multiplayer LAN party FPSs. I played so much of that stuff. I remember one called Hexen. Anybody remember that? Where you could like, you were like wizards shooting each other with staves and stuff. You could turn each other into chickens. I love that game. VJoy is just a translation layer. Are you getting lag or something? Oh no, so I got this new PC, Zero, and I just haven't moved my sticks over yet. I gotta, because I use joystick gremlin. Hexen, hell yeah. But I use VJoy and stuff, and joystick gremlin and all that, and I just have not got it all set up on the new PC yet. I gotta get the Virtual software installed and VJoy and all that stuff set up and get my profiles imported, and I just haven't. Hexen, okay, I'm not the only one who played Hexen. I have not tried via SC and VR yet. I don't have any VR equipment, Bob. Although, Flappy has a some kind of a VR headset. I don't know if it would be compatible with that. I don't know anything about VR, honestly. The new version of Joystick Gremlin X, is doing pretty good actually. You'll need to do a profile convert from the old joystick. Nice. I'll have to check that out. Since I'm setting it all up again anyway, I might as well check out the new stuff. I'd be curious what they added in the new one. Julio, yep, the Tandy one. I love going to Radio Shack. I was a young Geeks Paradise going to Radio Shack. I know, dude, I used to love Radio Shack. They actually had like all the computer games up on the shelves. Also, remember, what was it? What was those old computer game stores back then? Now all you have is GameStop, but you used to have a lot of others like, oh man, I'm drawing a total blank. Oh man, I used to love going there and looking at all the games. Crap. Here we go. Wish me luck going through this thing with friggin' keyboard and mouse. I'm gonna suck at this. I am trying to think of the store. Every time I went to the mall, I would go to this place. Dude, I'm gonna get ejected from this wormhole, watch. Can't even, I'm so not used to. Whoa. The new Babbage? No. There. Something Babbage. There was a bookstore about Babbage. Oof. No. Yeah, I'm just eating these pillars. Phew. Alright, it's my first time in Nyx, guys. No, I'm not trying, I just suck. Keyboard and mouse. I want to go check out, Levski. Come on. Search. Electronic Boutique. That's what it was called. Remember that? Or Electronics Boutique? It was one of those. Yeah. Participating in the Daymar rally? Nah. I have not. I don't know, I just always assumed it would be like a lag fest. And also, I'm not especially skilled at that kind of stuff. EB, yeah. That was like an amazing Friday night. Was going to the mall because they had the Radio Shack, they had Electronics Boutique, they had one other one. Well, they had Walden Books. So I used to hit up Walden, go through the RPG section. Then I used to go to the Tandy store and browse all the cool computers. And then I used to go to Electronics Boutique and look at all the games, and dude, that was a Friday night. Yes, they did rebrand to EB Games. Yes, you're right. Want to go back and try again? Yeah, I'll be at EB Games in Tandy. Yeah, no kidding. I was the same way. Or the arcade. If I had a pocket full of quarters, find me in the arcade too. Trying to remember the big arcade games we used to play.
Quantum drive is now off.
This is my first time here. This is pretty exciting. Babbage's. That's the other one I was trying to think of. One of the malls around here had both EB and Babbage's. Yeah. Curious about my FPS? Kirby FPS is sitting at 30. You guys can't see it because it's off screen. I only broadcast the center of my ultra wide, but my FPS is 50 right here. And it's holding steady at 50. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna wreck. I suck at this stuff. What is break? X? Holding an X to save my life. Holy hell. Exiting quantum mode. I almost hit that rock. I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. My FPS is gonna get hit, you think? Probably. I'm playing on a super ultra wide. My resolution is 7680 by 2160, so this thing has to pump a ton of pixels. Yeah, it was. It's so unnatural flying with the keyboard after all those years of sticks. I got a lot of options to tune. They didn't carry over from my PC. I'm gonna have to copy over all my settings and stuff. I hate how like it lurches forward every time I hit W. So, do I go in here? Is this the thing? Never been here. This is cool though. Something tells me I'm not going the right way. That's cool as hell, though. Yeah, it's holding steady at 50 right now. I don't have frame generation or any of that turned on. I don't even know if that's enabled. This is also my first time doing Vulkan. Vulkan, my old Threadripper workstation did not like Vulkan. So I couldn't really try it out there. It was very unstable. But this workstation's handling it fine. I don't know my way around here at all. Oh, I was in the arms zone. I could probably bust the landing in here. Okay, got a hangar. There. Oh, how do I get there? I gotta go back through the hold on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna make myself sick. I feel like a total noob right now. By next Saturday's live stream, I will have my sticks set up again. Oh, look at that, that's cool. Oh, I love how these things are like in the freaking asteroid. That's amazing. There we go. Slowly getting situated here. Landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
It's like W for flying. I don't know how you guys do it. Like, this is like all thrust or no thrust. I guess there's a thrust control I'm not used to using because I just have that naturally in the gradient of the stick. Oh, thank God that's over. Okay, my FPS is 60 right now. Well, I'm in my ship. That doesn't really count. I'm not in the station. Farewell, Butte. That's cool. That's different. Oh, this is oh, I like the way they have this set up. Teach's chip shop? What's that? Yeah, check this out. Yeah, Bob. Exactly what it's like. I'm terrible at it. Good night, Mackie Mouse. Oh, you enter someone from the side. That's cool. Oh, look at this place. I can feel the FPS taking a hit here. I'm at like 30... 35, 40. Hang in between. I can feel it. Getting as low as 30. This place is cool, though. Oh, Teach, this is the guy that sells that Frankenstein. Like, he's the one that credited with that Frankenstein creation, isn't it? The cross between the Drake and the Crusader. How about the ship silhouette on that last Star Citizen live video? I think it's the medium salvager from Argo. You all agree? Yeah, the Shiv. Oh, I'm thinking gray. That's right. Yeah, never mind. But when they showed that silhouette and they showed the back, like that back folding in and out, to me that looked just like these mining things here. Be cool to get a medium salvager. That's where my money's at. Freelancer, one of the best ships in the game right here. Yeah, that's my thought, Wolf. Exactly. I love seeing all these ships on display like this, like side by side. It just makes me want all hangars to work this way. I want my own hangar with all my ships parked side by side like this. Or my own kind of landing pad next to my base, man. I cannot wait. This is sweet. I can see why my FPS is dipping. Alright, let's go check out. Wait, what's up here? Just get an interest and go mobile. I have an interest loaner. That really is a loaner. Doctor. Docking arm. Oh, it's been confirmed. Starfleet Academy. I have never been here, so I'm just kind of poking my way around. Hospital. Okay. FPS right now is around 40.
The cafeteria special today is meat with a side of probably not poison.
I was never here on my old system though, so I don't know how that compares.
Ever pet the copions? We can't save you if you do.
My old system's FPS wasn't so bad whenever I was playing without streaming. It got really, really bad whenever I was trying to do both.
Please recalibrate.
Home and hearth, is this the halves? You make this your home? Yeah, okay. Whoops. Cool. Whoops, that's not what I want. Central lift, where does that go? Cargo services. Okay, okay. I'll open this thing. Oh, there we go. Is this just like automatic? Airlock to exterior. Oh, I wanted to check this out anyway. Oh, it's a vertical train. Okay. Cargo shop. See stuff like that, man. I cannot wait for the data gameplay. Commodity trading. Okay.
If there was anything in Nix they really
Did a good job with the appearance, man. This is the ambiance here is pretty sweet. I like that vertical train concept. That's cool. One thing Star Citizen does extremely well compared to all the other games being worked on that I'm following, like Pax Day and Ashes of Creation, is Star Citizen nails art. Those other games being all Unreal 5 based, like they all get that valid criticism of, like, you know, you look at a screenshot of the game and it can be hard to tell what game you're looking at because they all have that real similar look, you know what I mean? But you see Star Citizen, you know exactly what game you're looking like. It's very much like Blizzard. Like Blizzard nailed that too. Like, I mean, the art is so distinct that you know when you're looking at World of Warcraft. There's no question. And the same's true for the other games, Diablo, etc. But in an era where, like, there's so many Unreal 5 games, like, it's very refreshing that Star Citizen has the art side of it nailed. This is cool. Yeah, the UE looks definitely a thing, exactly. Yeah, I hear this is, I hear VR is incredible in this. Yeah, I get the color by number sentiment, but there's no denying that, like, the style was unmistakable. Like, you knew it was WoW when you looked at it. Something to be said for that. Yeah, that too. There's something to be said for running on a potato as well. A lot of people benefit from that. This is freaking cool. So can you actually park ships out here and access them? What is this whole area for? Freaking cool is what it is. Yeah, well, that UI customization got them in trouble, though. It started an arms race. I used to love that too, Zero, but I've come around to the opinion that it's just not healthy. Unless you can really control how expressive the add-on creators can get, there's just more harm than good, I think. WoW is a really good example of like how it can go wrong with all the ways they try to simplify the game, and then, you know, in response, Blizzard would have to make the game harder, and then the WoW or the add-on makers would do things to circumvent that difficulty, and it was like this back and forth arms race, and you get to the point where like a new player coming into the game just can't do anything. They have to go on this freaking month-long excursion to figure out how to set the game up just to be competitive. Like that's... So when I moved from like WoW to New World, and New World basically banned add-ons like that, it was a refreshing experience. Yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. Got you, Wolfie, I'm seeing that. I think I just found one of them. This is cool as hell. So how's this work, though? Can you just fly here and land at one of these? You don't have to be assigned? Anybody's welcome to just land here and pick it up? Yeah, Wolf, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You would think it would be as simple as limiting the API, but add-on authors are a creative bunch. And they will do all kinds of things to circumvent that. I've heard of, a good example is, WoW logs, right? Like, you could subscribe to WoW logs and get access to the in-game add-on, which, whenever you moused over a player, it would present you data from WoW logs about that player. So you could see at a glance their performance in a raid, and then use that to decide to group with them or not. That's just an example, but where, like, the add-on would download stuff outside the game. Now, maybe, you know, you could structure your game in such a way that you could circumvent that, but it's gonna be difficult, because unless you disable the ability for an add-on to persist data at all, like what that system did was they actually wrote a Lua compatible persistence file that the add-on would load. You know, it wasn't like it was communicating with an external program or anything like that. Like they wrote the data save file so that you could pull that information into the game. Where there's a will, there's a way, yeah. That's cool, these are all just free to use. You still want APIs and SC? Yeah, I think... what I would be okay with in SC is... APIs focused on community, and designed for outside of game use. Like, I don't think Star Citizen needs in-game user interface add-ons. I think what they need is the ability for me to write a web app that queries the Star Citizen servers to get player activity information, or the ability to send messages to people in the game, or that kind of thing. You know, Eve did that well. Yeah, that kind of stuff, exactly. Add-ons also makes the UX of gaming less of a priority for the game developers. Shifting the problems to the users, yeah, 100%. Cool, this area is awesome. Now I gotta find my way back inside. FPS is, Yeah, it's hovering around 40, 45 out here. Over there, it looks like the inside. Okay, so I see the layout here. I'd like a SimVar API for custom control interfaces. What we have with the MS Flight Sim. That would be cool. I'm totally into APIs for peripherals. I would love for, you know, because some of the peripherals have state that you just cannot map to Star Citizen right now, that things like MS Flight Sim have done a lot better at. I would love to see more support for that kind of thing. Shit. I'm up a level. Wonder if I'll die if I jump down there, because I think I need to get down there, don't I? Oh! There we go. Why do I keep getting this medical bed pop up? I know how medical beds work. NPCs look well behaved. I know in that recent update they put out, they talked about some of the work they were putting into Levski NPCs. Looks like it's paying off. Alright, that was cool. Let's go check out, I'm gonna take another ride on this vertical train.
The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
NPCs were a shit show previously? Yeah, I believe it. What's up, dude? Where am I? Oh, this is where I was originally. Okay, I need to go. Oh, you can see which ones are going down. So this one's probably going to go down and then come back up, so I need the other one.
Credits are a bit tired at the moment, so pulling a few hustles on the side.
This one's going to go up and start coming back down.
It's always one thing after another these days. First the outlaws, now the Vandal. I've heard folks talking about how we should be having a parley with them.
How's this looking your guys' end? Can you, pretty snappy. Alright, this parsec shit, pretty wild.
I just don't know what we're supposed to do against a bunch of bloodthirsty, murderous aliens.
If it ain't one thing, it's another. Right, that's just how the big old verse works, right? For better or worse, let's just keep on talking.
If the door want to wipe us out, I wish they'd go ahead.
This is still going up. I don't want to go up. I'll just go for a ride.
Just sitting around and waiting for it to happen.
Yeah. I was pretty blown away when I tried it. I was at my wit's end too, man. Oh wait, this looks new. I'm still trying to figure out how this train works. Alright. Alright, so this is just like a standard refinery like you'd find at Parallel 1 and stuff. With some shops. I like this. Dude, this place is... I love the layout of this place. I cannot wait for the planets to start popping in here. This is so gonna be my home. Is there anybody that will not move to Nyx once we get the Planet Tech V5 planets? Feel bad. Stanton might just be a ghost town. But Microtech will always hold a place in my heart. That was the first city I spawned into. Poll in chat. First city you spawned into.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
I'm curious what everybody picked.
How's life been treating you? I need to spend some time on my gear. Been too long since I've done a proper clean of my armor. It's the wrong thing on this about now.
Ah, okay, Wolf. That makes sense. This is just like a standard refinery. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Arsenal started at Lorville. Bold choice. Wolf, Area 18. Oh yeah, you've been here forever. That was a social area. Good day, Sly. Thanks for coming out. I went back at the freaking... Okay, maybe I don't understand this place at all.
I need to spend some time on my gear. Been too long since
Okay, if I understand it correctly,
my armor.
this is going to go to 1 next, and then 2. We're talking about the first place everybody spawned into, Sly. Lorville, because that's where my brother told me to spawn.
Capsule
I
now
died
approaching
trying to
station.
find them because I
Stand clear of disembarking
suffocated.
passengers.
It was Invictus 2024, and so it was super buggy.
The capsule now approaching
New
station.
Babbage?
Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Same here, Doctor. That was my first spawn. Yeah, the first city you chose to spawn into. You could skip Area 18 if you were there whenever that was the only choice. Port Olisar. Nice. Grand Barcher. Well, I didn't join the project until 3.17, and the guy who got me to try it out told me to spawn in New Babbage, and so that's where I spawned. But no regrets. I love New Babbage. Still aesthetically my favorite planet, my favorite city. Conscientious objects. What is this? Conscientious objects. Nice. That's funny. Alright.
What will it be?
And there's a lot to this place. That's for damn sure. They have something better than rats on sticks here. Yeah. Got my favorite Yoo-hoo. Oh, that's right. I forgot the helmets are physicalized now. Oh, and I forget the hotkey because it's not my settings. What's the default hotkey for taking your helmet off? Port Olisar. Wow, a bunch of Port Olisars. Left Alt H. Perfect, thank you. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Sly. Totally Levski once the planets ran. I was a regular at Area 18 for a long time, but then I eventually moved back to New Babbage and had a renowned appreciation for its I moved to Area 18 just because of the convenience of the shop. You just come down. This was before they had hangars spawning in, but you would come down from your hab and boom, right there's all the armor and weapons you could need, and then you hit the thing, and then you're at the spaceport, and it was just so conveniently laid out. So I spent a lot of time there, but then eventually the aesthetics of New Babbage stole me back. Where the hell am I going? This don't look good. I have no idea what I'm doing. Sure looks cool though. Exploration gameplay, here it is. What it's all about. There's a lot of shit going on here. The hell? These guys operating this,
Don't think I've seen your face around these parts before. We get our fair bit of traffic, but I make a point of knowing who's who. What brings you around?
holy shit. Shopping.
As long as you're not too particular, the market might do for you. We have the bare necessities, but every few cycles someone will dig up something more interesting. Yeah, not so much to see, but the bar serves up a solid bit of fire juice. Just be sure not to lose all your wits.
I'm not used to this. NPC interaction in Star Citizen? What? Sorry.
All right, if you need anything else, let me know.
Even did like that, like pulled the camera towards her as I was interacting with her. Huh. I feel like I went in a big circle.
How you doing?
I'll go back in here real quick. I think there was an area I missed. What do people think about the crafting stuff you've seen so far? Yeah, I didn't come down here. What? 20-sided plushie? Freaking want that. Sweet! Okay, let me store it. Wait, oh, I can roll it? That was a shitty roll. Yeah, maybe I gotta throw it farther. That's amazing. We can play dice game in Star Citizen now. Anybody want a death roll with the red plushy die?
Why did rush, my friend?
I need to get better at throwing it. Come on, let me... Oh, nat 1. I'm screwed. Bouncing on a wall. I don't know what that. Let me bounce on the wall.
You are passing on the deal of the century.
I keep rolling that once. This is terrible. That wouldn't go well for a death roll. Let me, bounce off the edge of this table. There we go. That's a good roll. Oh, look at that. 16. Oh, this is sweet. I'm so glad I came down here. All right, I gotta store this thing. How do I store this thing?
Okay. Someone
Cancel throw. I don't want to throw it.
know where to find it.
Place it. Nope. Nice. Take that back to the... What else I got here? Wow, I got the toy guns. 6 side rotating die? Oh, I'm taking that. Oh, look at that. That's what a space die looks like, guys. Hell yeah. I want that. Well, I don't want another one of them. What? I just keep buying shit. Okay. I got this. Okay, I'll take them all. Sure. This is, see, now this is what we need. We need playing cards so that whenever we're on a long voyage in a starship, which they kind of got rid of, which I'm a little bummed about. I really liked. I was hoping for a lot of long journeys in space, but they really accelerated travel. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I kind of liked whenever I first joined that we would have, you know, a 10-minute quantum jump. I was hoping that eventually we'd get, you know, things like playing card decks that we could sit there and play cards while we... I don't know, I just like the that immersive kind of RP-ish aspect of stuff. But maybe we'll get it back someday. Worth every penny at $1 billion. Roll me a death saving throw. Yeah, the rotating die is badass, dude. I don't think it ever stops, though. Maybe if I put it down. I put it down and it stopped. Let me see if I pick it up. And then I put it back down again. Now where'd it go? Oh, okay, it's in my hand. Nah. No, now it's in my bag. I think it always goes to 2, unfortunately. Yeah, whatever. Alright, I got my die. I got my rotating die. This place is freaking cool. What else? Dreams are what wishes believe in? Oh my gosh.
Why did Osh, my
Serious
friend?
hats there. I'll take this. Yeah, I need that.
Oh, yeah, very good choice. Very good. Why did Osh, my friend?
Goes to my,
What's my ambush? Why did Osh, my friend?
I'm so, every time I see all this cool shit on like these stands, I'm like, oh man, they need to physicalize that. They need to physicalize that. Yeah, they don't want me working there, man. I'd be like, I'd be just like CR. I'll just keep expanding the scope, man.
What you want?
I'll take a bar.
Yeah, okay.
That's some stats to me. Okay. I mean, I keep seeing these playing card decks. I'm like, okay, yeah. We need the ability to play blackjack and shit. Nobody would mind a 10-minute quantum voyage if you could sit there and play blackjack and shit like that.
Fine.
You know what I mean?
Welcome, welcome.
Power drills. Alright. I get an idea of what's going on here. This is cool. Over here. Circle back to the vertical train. Perhaps. Oh, look at this. They definitely do a good job of making you feel like you're in an asteroid. Yeah, okay, it was a circle. Yeah, blackjack and arcade machines on deck, exactly. The ultimate impulse buyer, that's true, in more ways than you know. What's the shop again? Shit, sorry, I'll go back and look. I forgot though, I wanted to put my hat on. Shit, I'll never find it again. I think I went this way. Yeah, I'm on the right path now. Talking about the shop with the die? It was knickknacks. Perfect. Actually surprised they haven't added some kind of card playing feature in the game with all the tables. You probably add something in there without too much difficulty. I want to be able to play pool. I want to be able to play pool too. But when I looked at this card deck over here, like it being laid out like this, you could imagine, like they could definitely do this. They've already got all the assets. Like, they have to have some way of interacting with this deck and saying like a deal menu. Oh shit! I just took this beer by accident. But you can imagine like adding like an F interact with the card deck and having like a deal menu, almost like an emote menu, and just deal a certain kind of game. And if the game just had a couple different things built in, like deal a hand of blackjack, you could place the cards down on the table for you like that, and then you could just click the cards to move the game along. That would be freaking incredible and immersive. That's the kind of stuff they need to make pass the time on voyages. You know, you hear a lot of people complain about like turret gameplay and how boring it can be just sitting in somebody's ship and idly watching the stars go by, but like this kind of stuff, once they get this kind of stuff in the game, I think all those complaints and gripes go away.
Passing on the deal of the century.
Evan, perfect timing. Just finished restocking it.
Just watch YouTube while on the turret? Yeah, right. Oh, there's definitely going to be gambling in SC. They already gave us the plushie dice, Doctor. That's all we needed. Somebody else can have the other half of that. But yeah, Knickknacks was the name of the shop with the dice. Very clever name. Now I need to get somewhere where I can get my hat. No, that's right, I came down. Okay, so this is... There we go. Oh, I got another plushie die there. Okay. I'm gonna put one of these in here in case I die. I don't want to lose them all. I'll take this one back to my home. Should have picked up the other plushie. Oh well, that's alright. I'm taking this hat. What the heck? Oh, I bet it's because my helmet's not actually unequipped. I'm a little disappointed right now, guys, that I can't equip this hat. Womp womp. You must wear an undersuit to equip armor piece. Undersuits can't be worn with clothing. Oh. Got it. I need more clothes, basically. Okay, that's fine. Put the hat away for now. Well, I'm taking the hat on my ship. Nah, I'm gonna put it back in. I'm not gonna leave Levski right now. Flying here was torture enough. It's a little weird that I can't take a helmet off and put on a hat, that I need a full other set of clothing, but okay, that's fine. I think there's only one floor I haven't seen. No, I've seen them all. Okay, I've seen all the floors. Cool! My first trip to Levski, successful. Is here? Hope is here. Nice. The aesthetics of this place are incredible. You can play chess. That's true. You can play it on the MSR. Sim pods are playing. That's definitely. Are the sim pods what we're going to use to access Arena Commander, Doctor? Imagine accessing AC. Yeah, exactly. Players on standby would love it. I know. That's definitely going to be another way of passing the time, Bob. Is wherever you are when you're idling, like just plug into a sim pod and do some fighter training. Bets on races and all these things. Oh my gosh. If I would definitely, oh my, that would be actually incredible. If you could go to like the racing missions and stuff, people participating and other people like observers could bet on that stuff, that would be incredible. Banana chocolate cookie ice cream right now. One of the tamer flavors in this country. Zero, did you see the short I put out on the ice cream flavors? Ice creams are that is not a topic without nuance around here. That does sound amazing, banana chocolate chip ice cream. Sounds a lot better than tomato ice cream or any other crap. Simpos on the Idris. Isn't there something like that in the 890 jump too? Or am I misremembering? There's something on the 890. Maybe it was drone pods. Jesus, Zero. I'm glad you weren't in that debate if you weren't. If you were, then you were probably contributing to the problem. Oh, you were there? Okay. So you were probably a contributor to the mayhem. Hub location to watch various races, that would be really cool. Oh, he was the roadkill guy. That checks out. Keep a special eye on, report back. Yeah. I appreciate that. We'll all benefit from your reconnaissance. I'm about 30 minutes away from having to log into PAX. Before I do, I'm curious. This is something I'll be talking about in the next video I do, but crafting. Are you liking what you're seeing so far? Any concerns with what you're seeing so far? I know it's pretty early in the process, and a lot of things are not fully known yet, buggy as hell, missing blueprints, all that, but there has been a lot of information coming out in the past couple days, and I'm just curious how people are feeling about it. It's near and dear to my heart, not only because I've been waiting for this feature for forever and thinking it's one of the corner pieces to making this game a game, but also because just coming out of PAX Day, which I'm going to be logging into soon, like, crafting is front and center in that game, and there's so much that it does wrong, and it's interesting to see the very different approach that CIG is taking. Unicorn Tears ice cream? PAX, come on, drop that game. Go exclusive Star Citizen. Zero, I mean, it's coming. But one of the issues I have is that I lead a gaming community, and we play a lot of different games, and I help lead a lot of different games, and so I can't just drop a game, even if I'm in a position where I'd rather play something else. Like I have a commitment. I gotta upkeep. I'm already scaled back to well, I would love to delegate. And that is kind of happening. We got some people stepping up and filling in where I filled in. I'm already scaled back to 2 days a week, Saturdays and Tuesdays. Because those are the big tree nights, and I help to lead the troops in Lioness on those nights. But there is another individual who's really stepping up and starting to manage that stuff probably better than I can. So, yeah, probably only a matter of time until I'm not in the middle of those happenings. We'll see. Much rather see me in Star Citizen. Yeah, I hear ya. I mean, I get a lot more interest when I'm playing Star Citizen than I do PAX, that's for sure. Trust me, I don't do it for channel engagement. That's definitely not why I'm playing PAX. It hurts the channel, if anything. When my wife was pregnant, she was keen on ice cream and pickles. Yeah. Saving your judgment for now on crafting, Wolf? Does that mean you have concerns? I don't want to touch Star Citizen again until they get their new inventory system out. Kind of my personal line I'm drawing. The new inventory system is going to be pretty game-changing. Mostly because of the things that it unlocks, like by now we know that it's a prerequisite for crafting, although I guess it wouldn't necessarily have to be, but it seems to me like they think that the user experience of crafting will suffer without it. But obviously we don't have the new inventory system now, and people are experimenting with crafting on the preview branches, so obviously it's not a hard dependency, but I think they view it as a logical dependency just from a user experience point of view. Oh, you want to see it for yourself? I'll get a second hand. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Wolf. I'm excited by what I'm hearing because they seem to be doing all the things that I care about strongly correctly. It sucks when you're playing a game like PAX or World of Warcraft and like you're crafting something and you actually have to stand at a bench or an anvil or something and like synchronously make the things, and your character is rooted and cannot do anything else while doing it. I'm very happy to see that Star Citizen is going with more of like a EVE Online or even Conan model, where you can queue the stuff up and have it done asynchronously while you're doing other stuff. That's a huge thing that I'm loving. I love the focus they're putting on to the ease of use of the crafting tables. The inventory rework being a big part of that, being able to source from nearby containers, much like the inventory rework is going to allow us to for looting. That's pretty cool. I wish I could shut them off too, Zach. Or Zero. New inventory system would be good, but I hope looting is fixed along with it. Well, I think it will be, Sly. That seems to be one of the core functionalities of the new inventory system, is being able to source from nearby containers, not just boxes and crates, but also bodies. Yeah, I've heard two sides. Some people want to queue it up, and others want some kind of interaction to make it more of a skill thing instead of just material quality. I played around a little, got some good FS9 out of it. Oh, Carlos, you played with the new inventory system? There's somebody that needs banned. No, only crafting. Well, Wolf, my perspective coming from a game that is forcing synchronous crafting, like a mini game that creates some sort of a challenge to elevating the quality of the craft might be interesting. For a little while, but yeah, I don't know. Long term, it is miserable, like just having to tie your character up and not being able to do other things for extended periods of time. So personally, I like the queuing system. I think what they're going for with being able to upgrade the blueprints through experience and crafting lots of things, like I think that's a pretty good system for improving your ability as a crafter. Because if you have to level up individual blueprints like that, and just on what I've seen so far, it looks like that's a significant investment, then that tells me there's going to be a lot of specialization. I'm assuming that we're going to have hundreds or thousands of blueprints, and so being able to level up large numbers of them, at least seems to me on the surface like that won't be a possibility, which means we're going to see specialization, and I think that will do wonders for the economy. Queuing's a must, yeah, just from the vulnerable standpoint. Good point. Haven't seen any of the loot screens yet, just the inventory, so I'm a bit concerned. Yeah, it's a good point, Sly. We haven't really seen that, but we'll see. I'm personally fine with materials and queuing. Yeah, I am too, Wolf. Again, especially coming from a game that doesn't do it. Gosh, please give us a queue. I really think they should have pieces of a blueprint, like you need to do data writing, other thing in the game. You'll get pieces of a blueprint, etc. Some you can buy on the market, others you need find questing or playing. I think that could be cool, like blueprint pieces. I don't think anything in the current system would prevent them from doing that. But yeah, to your point, I am freaking pumped for data gameplay of any kind. Data running, hacking, all that stuff. I don't see that coming anytime soon, though. I think there's too many other systems that we need and that we would benefit from above and beyond the data stuff. I think 2027 would be my guess on data. Yeah, exactly. There's progression there.
How about you?
SCR very often told us it will be life imitating game. Yeah.
I'll never begrudge anyone for making a living, but this is personal.
I think I like that better than how Eve does BPs. Remind me how Eve does BPs, Ross? That's different. Eve, all BPs are limited run, right? I think the BP acquiring will have a lot of different ways in the future. Yeah, I think so too, Carlos. You hope the looting will not be too arcadey? Yeah. Yeah, I see your point, Doctor. I think it's one of those things like make it realistic, then walk it back a little bit. We're seeing this with cargo management right now. Well, server. Like, I'm glad we have the ability to physically loot a corpse. I would not want to lose that. I'm glad we have the ability to, like, move corpses and drag them and all that stuff. Just like I'm very glad we have the ability to manually manage a cargo box and walk up to it and pull things out of it. And wow, that was a very fast server recovery. But it gets tedious when you have to do it a lot, right? And same thing for looting. And so I can see, like, I don't want to lose the ability to do it kind of the raw way, but I would love to see a little bit of quality of life things like layered on top. That's my perspective. Now, there are BPOs with infinite runs, but they don't exist for everything. Blueprint Originals. Got it. Okay, yeah. You're jogging my memory now. It's been a while. Or maybe you would have to own a better crafting machine, like moving from ship stuff to EUV to high. You can buy copies of someone's original. They have research to max efficiency. Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, that's a good way to intersect with the economy as well. I don't think we've heard any mention of Star Citizen wanting to get into that, but maybe. They have mentioned limited run blueprints, but I don't know in what context they'll exist. If you remember correctly, you can improve the blueprint by running these tedious jobs in a station that would always be full of someone running jobs. Yeah.
What's a good word?
Social tools and new inventory. We have so desperately needed that for a long time. Yeah. We definitely need social tools and new inventory. I would also argue that we still need refinements to the map. I don't know. This thing is still a source of frustration for me. Like, it's a way better than it was at one point, but I feel like the transition, like, see that? The transition from, like, between distances is too janky. Like if I scroll out too quickly, like, I don't know. Like, a lot of times I find myself in positions where, like, I'm trying to find something, but like that, it just jumps me out to the solar system view way too quick. And it does the same thing with, like, ships, and I don't know. And then setting courses between planets, like, all too often I lose my course and I gotta go back in and I gotta reset it. So I definitely want the other things that you're talking about, but I would also love them to continue polishing this. I hope this isn't completely backburnered. With data running, I was hearing that SIG is leaning away from that gameplay because game lore has developed communication through wormholes, which was said to be the loading screen newsletter. Yeah, I haven't heard anything like that, Sly. I mean, we have entire ships built around data running. They've talked about hacking and how it intersects with base security, so I can't imagine having hacking and not having data running, but Eve had BPOs and you could print limited run BPs, so BPOs are very expensive on Eve. Yeah, I bet. It sounds like they're just a constant wealth generator. I think they will go the fabricator tier thing. It makes sense to go upgrade equipment to make better ships, definitely. Yeah, definitely. One thing I want to do before I do a video on the topic of crafting is I want to go back and watch the Star Citizen or CitizenCon Direct section on crafting. And I want to refresh myself on. There's a lot of stuff in there I probably forgot. And now that we've gotten all this new information coming out and people testing it and giving more information, I want to see where we are in the process that they talked about at that point. Also, realistically, there would be data running ships even with faster than light communication. Your volume of data needing to be moved between systems would be astronomical. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem right now in the real world, and I would imagine the Kumbi, Alt H? I don't know what that's in reference to, bud. I feed kills. What about fabricatorception? Can make a fabricator with larger fabricator. Does that fabricator get better at crafting items if I build the higher quality materials? It's a good question. But in the real world, we have the same problem as you're talking about project genome. So I would imagine that's going to remain true in this. Like, people talk about what is the highest bandwidth medium in the world today, and people's minds will quickly jump to fiber or, you know, whatever. But the answer is usually the postal service. The amount of data you can send in a small box will vastly outstrip what you can send over that fiber link in the same amount of time that it takes for that box to get there. That has always been true, and it still remains true, and I can imagine it will always be true. Because as bandwidth and network capacity goes up, so does storage capacity. And storage keeps shrinking and growing, and so the Postal Service is still the highest bandwidth out there. And so I would imagine that that'll hold true in Star Citizen. I hope it does. I definitely want to see that profession. I need to step away for a few minutes. I need to use the restroom. Please excuse me. Thank you for your patience. While I was taking a break, I got some all my liquids for the next 2 hours. I got about 2 hours of tree chopping to do here. I got all my liquids, some coffee, some water, and a scoop of cottage cheese. And holy shit, I had to go out in the garage to get some of the water, and it is freaking cold out there. We're down to 12 degrees now. I think the snow and ice is supposed to start flying. Quantum flavored ice cream. I think the entangled chocolate chunks with superposition. When the ice cream melts, it's called dick. Oh my god, dude. I love this channel. I think the snow's supposed to start flying in a few hours here. And ice. I got awesome plans for tomorrow when I'm all snowed in. My better half, who was in the chat earlier, I don't know if she's still here, has never played Star Citizen. Well, she's logged in, and she has, you know, putzed around on her ship just a little bit, but sorry, some people ask me if I'm coming to PAX. She's putzed around a little bit here and there, but she's never actually played, you know what I mean? And so tomorrow, we're huddling up in a room, and we're going to town. We are going to get her out. She's going to be doing her first mining operation, probably her first FPS gameplay. She's not much for the flying yet, but she's excited to do some of the other stuff. She loves industry and fighting and all that kind of stuff, so that's going to be exciting. Playing with my better half for the first time in Star Citizen. Make for a cool snow day. I sometimes forget I'm in Parsec. Crazy. Any AI experts in the audience try Claude Code's new co-work mode? Hearing good things about it. I only runs on Mac right now. I have a Mac laptop. I've tried it on a little bit. It's basically taking Claude Code to the desktop. Which, I think this is the year we're going to see a lot more of that, where so Claude Code and its ilk are really bringing AI to the terminal and giving it kind of full access to everything you could do in a terminal, and I think obviously the next step is that for the desktop. You already got like plugins where it can control your browser and stuff like that, and if you've ever told Claude to like do something on the web and then you watch it operate your browser, it's pretty wild. Minus 48 with the wind tonight where I am. It's not nearly as fun as it sounds. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't even know what that translates to in Fahrenheit. I can't do that math in my head. I always forget the equation. Ross, I kept my 4090 too. That's what's in my workstation now. So my workstation's running the 4090, my gaming PC's running the 5090. For a workstation, the 4090 is wonderful. Good to stay inside. Where are you in the world that it's that cold? And what is that in Fahrenheit? My favorite vibe coder on Twitch? Are you saying that just to upset me, MMK? You know I hate that term, vibe coding. That is not what I do. Oh, Steel Odin's back. He's been gone a long time. What's up, bud? Okay, I was making sure. I'm going to be putting out a video soon that says... I don't know what it's going to say, but something to the effect of... Here's how to use AI without vibe coding, basically. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but, yeah, it's, not how I view it. How about you, MMK? Are you vibe coding? Negative 54 Fahrenheit? Saskatchewan? Where the hell's that? I don't know anything about that. Riggsy, you followed while I was AFK, I think. Thanks so much for the follow if you're still here, Riggsy. You too, Aether Drift. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, man. Both of you did it well, either shortly before or while I was AFK, but really appreciate it, guys. Oh, Alaska. Holy crap. Minus 40 is the only true temp. I refuse to use services and don't have the hardware locally to run anything beyond simple agent tasks. But I'm very interested in your cloud project will come along. Well, I'm going to be doing some additional videos on it, MMK. I'm going to do one video that talks about just how to get it all set up. Because a couple people would ask me about that after my last video. Like, how do you actually get the environment that you were showing? So I'm going to do a video on that, and then I'm going to do a video after that on what I've learned since, and I don't know what you want to call it, more advanced usage of the tooling. I don't know. Advanced relative to where I started. I don't know if it's advanced relative to everybody else, but I keep feeling like I'm progressing in how I'm... Oh, I need to get some food. Again, it's if you're just tuning in, I just recently got a new gaming PC, so I'm using it in conjunction with my workstation. Because using the workstation for everything just wasn't working out too well. Ah, shit, I gotta... But I'm running this game on the game PC, but I am on my workstation, and I'm streaming it all over Parsec. It is crazy how fast Parsec is. Very good. You can't, I can't even tell that I'm playing this over an Ethernet cable. But I gotta manually change my input profiles because obviously it can't detect what game I'm running. That's the one of the issues I found. What I'm probably gotta do is see if I can set up Stream Deck to do this with just a button push. But I gotta get to that. I haven't got that far yet. I'm getting it all working properly. Alright. Need some food. Alright, should be good. In your experience as a systems architect, how much do you concern yourself with doing any sort of dependency status checks? What do you suggest people use for that? Something like APM? Dependency status checks. There's a lot of dependencies in a system. Which ones are you talking about specifically? Oh, you're using Sunshine Moonlight? I read about that. Is it better than Parsec, do you think? Because this is already damn good, but if I can do even better, I would. It is awesome. I mean, at least, like, I can't even tell that it's not local. And I have all the benefits of, like, doing all the, like, multitasking stuff on my workstation while just having the game PC completely dedicated to rendering what it's rendering. Oh, upstream dependencies? So there's a lot of ways that upstream dependencies can break and negatively affect your service or application. At the end of the day, the only real options that you have at your disposal are some form of testing with a known contract. There's a bunch of tools out there, right? Which one you choose is kind of up to you, but I mean, obviously, if a upstream dependency goes down, or if an upstream dependency changes its API or contract in some way that disrupts your application, you're going to know about it very quickly because your application is going to start failing. So it's not like you need the tooling to know when it happens. What you need the tooling for is to help you troubleshoot the root cause of the failure in your service. So that's how I approach it. I approach it as a way to assist in debugging, right? Because if all of a sudden we experience a service disruption because of an upstream dependency, we're going to know that we're having a problem, but we're not going to immediately know where the problem stems from. But if we can correlate that on a dashboard with something that flashes bright lights up and say, hey, upstream dependency is down, or upstream dependency has changed in a breaking way, well then that's going to short circuit that whole cycle. That's how I approach it. And obviously, like, how much energy and time you invest in that is going to be contingent or dependent upon the criticality of the service and its potential impact on yours. It's kind of a vague, high-level answer. I mean, it's like anything, right? Like, it's hard to give a concrete in-the-weeds answer without being in the weeds. Bear with me, I gotta jump on Discord and TeamSpeak here. Just get situated. Sorry guys, I was doing a little coordinating in Discord, but have a good night, Bob. Thanks for stopping out tonight, man. Really appreciate you being here for the first time. Catching up on the chat. I see an issue where other teams are not aware that they just broke some functionality with the deployment, or if they are having their own issue with one of their dependencies. Oh, you're talking about the dependency management. Copy that. Copy that. Got it. Think I got everybody. Let me know if I didn't. Yeah. Yeah, what's up? Okay. No. No, I just accepted a bunch. Whoa, I just saw a bunch of people get either rejected or accepted though that shouldn't have. There was 3 pending apps there that should have stayed pending. I don't know what happened to them. Key here is that we track them proactively. We have simple methods in every API that execute some checks. No, not right now. So I know when something breaks immediately, but nobody else in the company seems to have this capability. Copy. Yeah, I feed kill. That kind of stuff is just icing, right? Like, if you have the time and wherewithal to build the capability, like it's gonna be helpful. I've been at a lot of companies that do not have that capability. Yeah. They make do without it. It's kind of having like visibility into your runtime and production. Like I've been at places where they can get very, very detailed information from running services, right? Like if a service starts to flake out or starts throwing errors, then they have the capability of doing memory dumps or CPU profiles or whatever to really get in there and figure out what's going on. And then I've been at other organizations that they fly completely blind and all they can do is look at logs. And of course, like if you have the visibility into the runtime, you're going to have debugging advantages. But if you don't have it, your people are going to work around it. Right? So it's that's how I kind of think of it. Like it's a perk if you can do it. If you can't, like you'll figure out another way. Exactly, MMK. We're not at all and hope for the best. Heard on all that, by the way. Who do I have with me here at Saris? There's a clam box right outside the front door. Yes. At where? Depot and where? I can't understand. You said the pit? Oh. Sorry. Yeah. Alright, people with Saris, I put axes in the clam box right outside the front door and grab some. And let's head to Sigwardi's. Five. Alright, let's roll. It is chopping time. Yes. You ain't kidding about the politics game. Oh, let's start a party here. There we go. Should have invites. You guys should have invites. One of those things I feed kills. The more information that you can have at your disposal, the better. Like, there's really no end to how much time or energy you could invest into that, right? it's kind of up to you to decide where the diminishing returns gets too high. So Wardies is up. I'm at Segwardies. We gonna chop this, guys? Anybody have axes? Can anybody chop this? You have to check your notifications because it looks like I already sent you one. Won't let me send another. You guys are killing me. Jaded AF. You're not alone, MMK. You're not alone, MMK. I try to just keep it real, but sometimes it's hard to sometimes it's hard to I don't know. I don't know what word I'm looking for. Sometimes it's hard to reconcile the decision-making complexities at the business level with engineering. Maybe that's the way of putting it. Fault. Good to see you. Thanks for coming out. Well, you don't have to deal with the inter-organization politics firsthand, but it certainly affects my job whenever this shit rolls down to my level. Copy that. Copy that. Rollo's good. How's Fault? Rollo's cold. Actually, I'm not cold right now. It's getting actually pretty warm in my office here. But it is 11 degrees outside right now. Getting ready for the snowstorm. We're expecting 2 feet. Bunch of ice. That's gonna be the problem. And I'm doing trees and packs for a few hours here. We just got done playing a little bit of Star Citizen. I saw Levski for the first time. The patch was actually running pretty good for me while I was in there. I was testing out how Star Citizen was running on my new computer for the first time. 7 degrees. Woo! Copy that. You can just throw it in the gate, or the box right outside the gate. I'll be there momentarily. No. Alright. I need 4 more. Check your pockets. Ask Bodie if he has wood. I'm doing a count here. Alright, let's roll. Alright, copy that. Rolling back to Saris. Yeah, we're trying to PvP. Getting the trees for now. I don't expect that we're going to see much resistance on these small trees, but we'll be doing mediums soon. If we're going to see any PvP, it's going to be on the mediums. There are some groups getting PvP on the small trees. We'll see. Gotta be lucky. started swimming with no stamina. That's stupid. Received. Has anybody else depoted wood anywhere? Kakram, where are you depoting? I got room for two. Where you at, Zinley? Oh, okay. Okay. Looks like we got 6 trees on that rotation. Anybody in chat still play or has ever played PAX, or everybody quit by now? PvP is enjoyable when it happens. I muted just in time. Graphics are good. The crafting system is miserable. I'm gonna be honest. What we were talking about earlier, Fall. Like I was comparing this with what Star Citizen's doing with crafting, and Star Citizen's approach was so vastly superior in my mind. Even at this early stage of its inception, right? Like, seems very similar in concept to Eve's. I mean, there's going to be a lot of differences, but it's closer to Eve than Pax. Pax is more like WoW, honestly. I mean, it's far richer than WoW's crafting system, but a lot of the same limitations and like synchronicity and it's, yeah. Thank you. It is a huge time commitment. Now, I made the enormous time commitment early on when there wasn't really much else going on. This was, I mean, when this went live, we were at the tail end of one Star Citizen patch, and then the next patch was very unstable, so it kind of worked out. But I had this to sink a bunch of time into and kind of get off the ground. Now we're in kind of maintenance mode. I'm playing this like twice a week. So, as I was telling the group earlier, you can expect a lot more Star Citizen from me in the very near future, especially with 4.6 right around the corner. And I got the new gaming PC ready to go. I just got to get my flight sticks and stuff moved over to it. I played a little bit of Ashes on this latest round, but I really missed the boat. I'm still like level 10 or 11, and our whole guild's 25, and so I'm at the point where I would have to solo grind to catch up, and that's not really my jam. I'm not a solo player. So one thing about me, I like playing the groups of people. Titus. You have a group at your base? You think we could intercept them? Let's all go gate. We're all going Corbin Gate. Corbin Gate. Yeah, people, we might get some PvP here. Unless they're watching stream and they checking out. We're growing. Yeah, we're moving quick, guys. We're not pissing around. Go ahead and boots now. It's probably too late. Where are they now? We're just gonna follow you, Cupcake. Okay. One more boots, people, and then we're gonna go quiet. Okay. Copy that. I do have eyes on Bodhi on the map. I'm headed that way. He has eyes on them. No more boots, people. It's okay to farm out and look for him here. I'm just trying to get high ground so I can get some eyes on the valley. It looks like they evaded us. Fault. I need a volunteer to get eyes on Dendrine. Need a volunteer to get eyes on. Alright, thanks. Vectar's putting eyes on Dendrine. The rest of us are going to move to Saphir. Once we gather there, we'll make the call to split. Do we have any counts on enemies? Do we have counts on any enemies tonight? Are they the only ones we've seen? We're all going to Christ, I don't want to talk about what just happened there. Yeah, it's impossible. Alright, I'm ready for rapid recovery here. That was annoying though. I did yeet myself off a cliff. But it's alright. I'm re-geared, ready to go. Like it never happened, guys. It never happened. Blow a little bit of grace. I'm going to be at that tree sooner than I would have, even if I didn't die. Did you ever get eyes on Dindrain? Can you repeat, Victor? Alright. Where's that? I see it. South east of the tree. By the river. Yes. Southeast of the tree spawn? By the river? Directly south. Okay, maybe I don't know what you're talking about, bud. Can he... Yeah, I don't know. Those two people are way out of position. Let's get back to the tree, guys. We only lost two, but now I'm getting a call of Corbin coming from Nocturne coming from Corbin. I don't have a count. That's a Titus call as well. I don't know. Nobody's calling numbers. And how many were on you guys just now? Hey Griff, thanks for coming out tonight, man. I was a new player in Nyx. I saw it for the first time tonight. I'm also in the 12 to 15 inch. Nope. I'm thinking we stay here, Solitude. I think we get this tree down as fast as possible and then haul ass north. Just take the wood with us. Yeah. But we got 8 minutes. Cool. Let me know what you see. If you see. fault. They got away earlier. They're circling us like just nipping at our heels. We'll see if we get a fight here when the tree spawns. We got 8 minutes until it spawns. I got a bunch of people in my ear reporting scouts, reporting people traveling from this place to that place. There's a lot of back and forth communications in this game. Exactly the kind of thing that we're going to see in Star Citizen someday. So I appreciate this game for the practice I get in managing a lot of people in an operation that spans a large area. It's going to be something that comes in very handy in Star Citizen eventually. We do. We have a scout there. I wish, Viz. The economy in this game is a dumpster fire at the moment. There's no way to trade directly from one player to another. You gotta drop shit on the ground or put it in a chest. There are market stalls that you can set up and post things for sale. And people can search those from anywhere and get directions to them and come and buy the stuff. But the root of the problem in this game is that gold has no value, very little value. And carrying any number of resources, any amount of distance, is infuriating because the only way to do it is to fill your own inventory and make a trek. And so, like, if I go somewhere to buy something, I can only fill up my inventory and take it back. And so I got to make all these treks back and forth. So that basically rules out any kind of resource purchasing. You're not going to purchase, like, wood or stone from somebody because you need a metric crap ton of it to do anything useful. So the only thing you're going to do is potentially buy finished goods. But even then, it takes an entire player inventory just to transport a couple full suits of armor. So the logistics just become impossible to work around, and everybody just ends up making everything themselves. And once everybody's making everything themselves, that further inhibits trade and economy, right? And also, there's no specialization. Everybody advances along the same path. So the economy is really in trouble in this game. There's not much of it. And I just crashed. Fingers crossed for the full social refactor this year. We need the in-game orgs, group, and raid management, and the better void systems as soon as possible if they are still planning on one. What do you mean by better void systems? What's that mean, Griff? I'm with you on the social tools. I think that's not quite as important as crafting, but it's right up there. Oh, VoIP, yeah. VoIP will be amazing whenever it's reliable in the game. Vizsla, 100%. That's what I keep saying. Resource extraction is the root and core of the problem in this game. Both the way it's extracted and the way it's transported. That is the root of everything that's problematic in this game at the moment. Aside from the obvious, you know, rough edges around combat. But people would overlook that. Eve was amazing. Here's my question, and I said this in the last live chat a couple weeks ago, like, people have been playing Pax Dei for, what, 2-3 months now? And most people that you talk to will say they are burnt the hell out on chopping wood and hitting rocks. Like, they don't want to do it anymore. Meanwhile, people in Eve have been doing it for 20 years. What's the difference? And you talk to people all the time who still love to do it. What's the difference? I have thoughts. Lasers? That's one good difference. That's a good call. Good call. What do you need? Yeah, well, that's fine. Yes, that's the call. Alright. What's up? Everybody hit it. Let's get this down as fast as possible. Okay. No. We are all on Saphir. I'd rather just get this down ASAP, but let them come to us. Everybody further north, we got a big cluster of them. Root them. Pull them. We're chasing for now. Body block. We're not on the tree right now, we're chasing. If you want to go back and get eyes on the tree, Cack, that's fine. Who's baddie? Can you just kill him? Name? All right. What's it look like for capturing these guys? We turn around. All right, guys. Let's start headed back. How many do we have on Sphere? I'm talking. All right, anybody who's not we're gonna continue ahead to Dendron. Yeah, no, we're headed there. Anybody who was chasing with me, let's just continue on. We got 10 people on Saphir finishing it up. Vec, let's pull. You guys are like way out ahead of the group. Alright. Saphir's at a quarter, the rest of us are going to Dendron. Just bring it with you. Let's hold up and group up at this crossroads here. Gonna wait for Solitude to catch up. Alright, let's go. Just give the Saphir Wood to Cachren and head back and depot it at Avalon. Or Baden, your What, Cac? Everybody's in voice. It's fine. We'll figure it out here at this next one. Yep, copy that. Go ahead and pop boots on cooldown. Probably quite a few, we'll figure it out. One we're going to is only half up. Griff, what do you think of what you've seen about crafting so far? I need my Pax Dei music. I'm still listening to my let's have a chat music. How many are we gonna have for the large? Copy. Are you gonna be? Copy that. Wood to center, people. Wood to center. I'm not seeing any wood. Oh, okay, you got 30. Alright, let's head north east to Brick. Nah, let's head northwest to Sayers. Thanks. We got 60 off those 2 trees. Unless there's anybody else running around with some in their pockets. Yeah, I know. We should have got all 50 off the first one though, so I'm expecting a little bit more. I think there's some in some pockets. Looking forward to crafting. I will wonder if they tweak any of the loot tables or something to incentivize players to actually use what's there, since it will be limited to start. Well, one thing I've seen so far is that got it. Is that anything crafted is better than the base items. So like what's sold in stores and dropped off enemies is all base 0, and anything you craft is better than that. So that's some incentivization. There's some people that think that's a bad thing. I think that is a tremendously good thing, and I hope they keep it that way forever. Including drops. Once it's in, you'll be trying to live off grid a bit more? Hell yeah, dude. That's gonna be amazing. You and me both. Can't wait to put that crafting table in the clipper to use. That was not my streaming glitching out there. If you saw that frame freezing, that was how Pax Dei handles crossing server lines. It's not great at it yet. Load up a C2 with a golem, salvation, and crafting bench and see how long I can live out. Yeah. That sounds amazing, dude. Tree chopping's pretty grindy? Yeah. It's how they're trying to incentivize PvP, Ross. Everybody needs these trees to maintain their bases out here. So we've seen a little bit of action, but not much. Mostly we are just uncontested on the medium and large trees. We get a little bit of contest on the mediums. It's fun when you get it. That's why there's so many of us out here. All kind of living for that moment. Wonder what the high cost of RAM will cause innovations in RAM technologies to make it better. They will. Yeah, fault. I mean, shortages and stuff like that, and market opportunities. Really, that's what it is. Market opportunities spur innovation. But how it plays out remains to be seen. Like, is innovation on the tech? Is it innovation on the sourcing? Is it innovation on the manufacturing? You know what I mean? Like, we could innovate in a lot of ways to chip away at the problem. Alright, we're gonna get the large timer in 9 minutes. I have it. Fuck yeah, Callie. Best better half. I love pizza dip. Got a burger? You're still there? Nice, dude. Enjoy the burger. I love burgers. I want to know the shard I'm joining is the one where I left my ship last. Better consistency of not losing your ship. Had a couple times last year where the game forgot where I parked. Yeah. I called that out in the video I did on predictions. And I called this out in my predictions video last year too. Like I think shard selection is an important pending functionality that people are overlooking. They're overlooking how much that will change the game whenever it's better nailed down. Like, I think MMO players especially will find Star Citizen's way of managing shards very alien. It feels very lobby game right now, you know, where you're like joining on a friend. That's like Diablo, right? That's not like WoW. I think that alone makes it not feel like an MMO. And I think progress on that is going to be important for perception, but also for gameplay, like the ability to log out and log in where you logged out and so on and so forth, and getting on the right shard by default. And I totally agree with you, Griff. I know, like, if you could expect that to happen reliably, it would change the way I approach a lot of things in the game, honestly. Unhinged, everybody check your pockets, please. Wait a second. Oh, right, Zinley. Where you at, Zinley? Did you put the wood somewhere? Alright, I got it. The Cachren box here. Yeah, I got it. Cachren, you there? How much did you deposit? 1 second, boat, or 1 second, Sparrow. 36. Where'd you put it? Yeah. And you deposited it, right? Alright, so... First time you've seen Gorilla spin show so much emotion about something. Hey, I love snacks. Should see and watch Pride and Prejudice then. Worse yet, Titanic. I don't do well with sappy movies, I'll tell you that. Evening, Seymour Brown Eye. How you doing, bud? Thanks for stopping out, man. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, if I knew my address was going to be where I left it and could reliably get back to it 100% of the time in a patch cycle, it would almost be a bigger change than the social effect for me. Yeah, I agree, Griff. it would be a huge change. It would substantially change the day-to-day player experience, no doubt. We're taking a 5-minute bio break as a group right now, so I'm going to do that because the coffee and water is going right through me. I'll be right back. Less than 5 minutes. I'm back. Have a great rest of your evening, Griff. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. Five what? Five what? Alright, let's roll out. Everybody meet up front so I know who's all here. Alright, let's go. Perfect Pax Dei music, right? Although I could see this in the background of Star Citizen piracy gameplay. Not even in the streams, Emily. Thank you. I just had a pizza dip delivery. I'm pretty excited. I'm probably more excited than I am for crafting. Pizza dip is consumed just like any other dip, on a chip. I'm on a low-carb diet, so I have these chips that are made of chicken. They're not as bad as they sound. They really don't have a flavor, so they just take on the flavor of whatever you dip them in. But yeah, it basically just looks like pizza topping on a plate. It's not really made that way. It's made with cream cheese and some other shit. Not as good as quantum ice cream, but... I'm gonna turn my camera off for a minute. I don't like eating on camera. Just briefly. What's up, Zinley? Arriving with plenty of time to spare. Alright, I'm back. Thanks, I feel better. Haven't eaten much today. Got 6 minutes on spawn. Usually what we do is after these big trees, we make sure the wood is depoted safely. This wood tree is the equivalent of 10 smalls. And then we break up into small groups and go look for smaller trees and fights. What's midnight? Hey, Zakumbi, this is Pax Dei. But I can see how you might get them confused since they're both UE5 games. Do you play either one of them? We're waiting on a big tree to spawn here. This is kind of the... This is the nightly PvP activity. There's a window of time each night where these special trees spawn. You need to upkeep your bases out here, and this is usually when you'll find PvP and that kind of thing, but I haven't found a whole lot tonight. I found a little bit. Is Midnight, like, coming out soon? Is it? I gotta look it up. Is it an Eastern game? I don't play Eastern games. This looks terrible. Is this what you're talking about, Zinley? This piece of crap? That can't be it. Oh, oh. Yeah, I'm not playing WoW ever again. Sorry. No more World of Warcraft for me. I am only interested in horizontal progression and/or sandbox MMOs now. Yeah, I mean, the combat in WoW is always fun and engaging. No doubt. Be fun to go in and play a little bit, but yeah, PvP is cool. I just got sick of the reset every few months. The gear reset. Just got the feeling like there was just never any point to anything I did. I want to plant my flag, you know? Yeah, definitely. EV tree! I wish we had a fire staff. Appreciate that. You guys give me shit because I don't have the skill to chop these trees. I spend too much of my time managing boxes, I guess. Or flying spaceships. You're just saying that because it's true. TNT Danny, thanks so much for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you gotta run it. Yeah, let's just take it there. Oh, thanks so much, dude. Really appreciate it. Helps a ton. See how we're making out of the tree. Which content do you enjoy the most? The Star Citizen stuff? The developer stuff? Something else? Nice. Working on a video for crafting next. For Star Citizen. I'll be taking a look at kind of crafting in Star Citizen in the context of crafting in other games. I have been looking forward to crafting and base building ever since I joined the project. I can't stress enough how much it's going to change the game. Just because it's going to connect everything, you know what I mean? Bring it all together finally, give everything a purpose. It's what we've been needing. Breakdowns of all the server stuff? Yeah, I enjoy doing that. Cool. Are you a dev, TNT Danny, or are you just a player interested in how that stuff works? I appreciate that. Means a lot that you think that. I try. Awesome. You're exactly the kind of person I'm trying to talk to in those videos. Speaking of dev techie stuff, TNT, could you believe I am streaming this game? From one PC sitting right next to the other. Well, I'm not streaming it far, but it's just it's pretty impressive to me how non-latent it is. Oh, very cool. Yeah. People assuming the worst is, there was just too much of it, you know what I mean? Like, I started doing content a little over a year ago, and that's what got me into it. Because all I heard was the negative voices, and I'm like, dude, guys, like... Alright, there was some comms going on my ear, but yeah, there's just way too much of that. I wanted to bring a different perspective. I'm not the only one. There's a couple other people that are, but certainly trying to do my part. Yeah, I'm still using Parsec Wolf. Works great. Yeah, this tree is getting murdered. I don't know, TNT. Probably a number of factors. I mean, the number of devs that are comfortable getting on a platform like YouTube and talking about it is probably a small percentage. And then of the ones willing to do that, the ones willing to do less popular content is probably an even smaller percentage, because face it, the critical or negative or exaggerated takes probably get a lot more views than the measured, even keel ones, you know what I mean? I'm okay with that. I'm not here to, that's not what I'm here for, so. Appreciate that, Eltrim. Yeah, that's the idea of TNT, Danny. Sure. There's only a couple of them there. We don't need the whole freaking blob. Go ahead and move towards Sarah's. A couple people can break off. I'll break off. Looks like we got plenty of people breaking off. Yeah, TNT Danny, that's definitely what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna compare it to crafting systems and other stuff, in other games. I never played Star Wars Galaxies. I wish I had. I keep hearing it mentioned in references and talked about as a very good MMO with a lot of good systems. I'm sorry I missed it. For sure. SC community could use more positive and constructive content. Too many SC content creators just want to focus on what's bad now and not see what's coming down the road. Yeah, I agree. I think that's true in general, you know what I mean? Like, way too many people are focused on now in general. Which I understand. There's... Appreciate that. You want to look at Tressus? Should we look at Tressus? While we're here. Roll. I'm here. I'm gonna freaking die. I just crashed and the bear was aggroed on me. No. Yeah, I'm freaking dead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm in. Thank you. Pax Dei has had this issue for me on multiple PCs now where it just randomly crashes. A couple times play sessions. Something I did on the old PC got it to stop for quite a while, and then now on this new PC I'm having the same freaking issue, and I don't know. Copy that. One thing I did... I did set character detail below on the other one. Maybe that's part of it. I don't even see a difference. Yeah, anybody can revive somebody else. Yeah, I aggroed that bear and then freaking crashed immediately. So. And your character stays in the game for a few minutes after a crash, so. Copy that. I helped them there, big time. You see that heal? Copy that. Got it. Copy that. Makes sense. We might be shifting that way as well. We'll see. Well, I can't. I got a tumbler right in front of me. Thank you. We got him. Some nights, Wolf, you get a lot. Some nights, not much. Kind of like EVE Online, you know what I mean? I don't know if you ever played EVE Online, but spend a lot of time sitting around waiting for a fight in that game, and then suddenly you'll get a really good one. Then you spend a lot more time waiting for the next one. And then some days you log on and there's just one skirmish after another. Anytime content depends on other players, it's hard to predict. Yeah, everybody can do their own thing. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight for the large trees, as usual. Yeah, a lot of good fights too. Looking forward to crafting an SC. The last tech preview build also added key binding default controls for base building. Oh shit, really? My EVE characters are old enough to drink in America? That's crazy, dude. That is crazy. Think about that. Wow. Pretty wild they added keybinds for base building. I don't think we're going to get full-blown base building this year. I think that's next year, but I could definitely see us getting like HAB placement or something this year. But I said the same thing last year, so who knows? Oh wow, you started in the open beta. You still got the timers going on those characters? Yeah, that's true. What they're saying in TeamSpeak right now is we've lost more people to cliffs tonight than enemies, which is very true. I know it's true for me. Did he say? That's funny, Zinley. I didn't know you were an Eve player, Zinley. Yeah, they still have land claims to work out, but they once hinted that start small by letting players build their cabin in the woods. Yeah, that's what I expect, man. I'll try. I expect to get the those halves they showed off a couple years back. I expect to get something like that first. I changed mining again, and the SP refund didn't cover getting me back to where I was. Oh, really? You might have some opinions if you're a miner. Answer me this. I have my own opinions, but I would love to get yours. We were talking about resource gathering in Pax Dei and about how, you know, people have been playing Pax Dei for about 2 or 3 months at this point, at least in the main release, right? And they're already burnt out on basically any form of gathering. Nobody wants to hit more rocks. Nobody wants to chop more trees. I mean, it's just complete burnout. And yet, I know people who have mined in Eve for 20 years, and they still enjoy mining in Eve. What do you think the difference is? That's awesome, Zinley. Did not know. Good adventures tonight, Solitude. Thanks for coming out, guys. To Magello. Yep, night, guys. Wishing good night to our allies. That was the challenge in Eve. It's about getting the people that want to do the jobs. Alliance need industrial logistical support and combat pilots. Exactly. Exactly. That's my take. Like, they need to make resource gathering social. No. I mean, we got 68, so almost 70, which is around what we were thinking. Got to keep both groups happy for sure, but... man, you got to be one of the only ones, Zinley. There's not many people left that want to hit rocks. I find resource gathering in PAX miserable. I love resource gathering in EVE Online. But I find it miserable in most of the games like this, like World of Warcraft, New World, any of them. Like, I hate that, just running up to a node and just swinging it. Ashes of Creation, same thing. I don't like it. They need to make it social. They need to make resource extraction scale with group size so that you become more efficient and you collect more the more people that you involve. That's how it needs to be. And I think Star Citizen's doing that right. 100%. We had wars with 2,000 ships while 800 rock biters 10 jumps away were building the war machine. Exactly, dude. That's the ticket. I like SC Gathering a ton. I think they're doing a really, really good job with SC resource extraction. They've clearly put a ton of thought into it, and like, it's such a critical part of these games. And I think most games treat it like an afterthought. At least that's what it feels like from our perspective, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel core to the experience. It feels like a chore you have to do to enjoy the core experience. And I give SC massive props for treating industry and resource extraction as core to the experience. $336. Black Ops? What is Black Ops? Crafting the guns takes micro SCU, so if you mine a little, you can make a lot. I think that's how it needs to be. I think PAX gets that wrong a little bit. Like, PAX, not only is the resource extraction miserable, but the ratio is so high. I mean, you need a ton of materials to craft anything. It's silly. Yeah. But they haven't solved the grind problem, right? Like, the way that you progress your professions is still just grind large quantities of things that nobody needs. I'd like to know what Star Citizen's gonna do with excess. Like we've already seen that some of the blueprints, like progressing those blueprints, is gonna take a lot of crafting to do. So I'd like to know what these sinks for all those crafted things are going to be. I'm hoping that we get like NPC contracts or missions that's like, hey, deliver 100 of this item to that. And so if you're looking to progress a certain blueprint, it incentivizes you to go out and look for those contracts or those missions, right? And like kind of line that up, and I think stuff like that would be really cool. And then just deliver a few crates of guns to an NPC. Yeah. Give me a second. Sorry, doing some post-play coordination and organization here. There was supposed to be a meeting. I totally forgot I was supposed to have. I'm seeing if it's still going to happen. I have Dead Space fit. Polarized Redeemers, so much damage. That turned me off in Starfield. Use skill 10,900 times, even though you have... Yeah. I'm checking with everybody, see if they're all available still. Alright folks, That was a ton of fun today. Really appreciate everybody who came out. Appreciate the new subscribers and followers. I cannot say enough how much that stuff is appreciated. It was fun seeing Nix and Levski for the first time. Even though it was miserable flying with keyboard and mouse, because I haven't done that in 3-ish years or something. I don't even know. 317 was the last time I flew with a keyboard and mouse. As usual, appreciate all the conversations and discussions today, especially those about ice cream and pizza dip and crafting. Thanks, P Wolf. Really appreciate you coming out all the time, man. Like I said, I'm going to be doing a video very soon, a deep dive into crafting and how it relates to other games and kind of the impact I see it having and so on and so forth. I got a lot of ideas percolating in my head. Hopefully it'll be out in the next few days, and then next Saturday we'll be doing this again. You have to try it on VR? Yeah. Nah, I gotta figure out how to try it on VR. I don't know anything about VR, so I will solve that. And but by next weekend, I will have my sticks moved over to my new PC. I will be much better set up to play Star Citizen, and I'm gonna go a little harder on Star Citizen next Saturday. I'm gonna hook up with the group again, do some more group activities. Should be fun. But yeah, hope to see you all out again there. You have a good night too, P Wolf. And everybody else, I will catch you in the videos, comments, and live again in a week. Thanks for coming out. Chat then. Till then, take care and roll out.